A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Molly Goldberg has set the stage for Mr. Allison's wedding to Esther Miller, but only at the greatest risk to her own conscience. For while it was one thing to bring a minister up to Glastonbury, to try to rush Allison into a marriage with Esther Miller, it was another thing for Molly to conceal from Allison the fact that his daughter Leah is very ill. Molly wants nothing to stop the marriage, and Dr. Cater agrees with her. Listen.
Rosalie? No? What do you have to look, dear? What is there to look, my black curtain? I'm hanging in the upstairs closet in the hall. Well, then look carefully, please. And also, listen, dearie. Bring me my pocketbook, my cantaloupe pocketbook, my new one. You hear? And my handkerchief. And my fancy pin. I look in the pocketbook, see my fancy pin. I think it's in the pocketbook. You got everything? Yes. Oh, give me, help me, dear. Help me slip out so I can slip in.
All right, Mom.
And help me, you know?
All right.
Take it, be careful.
All right.
It off. My arm is stuck. All right. Put it, don't throw it on the chair. Put it over.
All right.
Give me the dress.
Yes.
All right.
Mama, darling, what are you going to do?
Please, don't question me with questions now. You see, I'm in a hurry. Don't question me. At the moment, I can't do anything. The wedding has to go on as before, as I've decided. That's my decision. I'll tell Miss Allison about Leah, that she's sick, that I'll tell later. That I'm decided on. So don't question me with questions, because nothing can be done to help Leah now anyway at the moment. Help me, don't stand when you see how I'm trying to zip. Don't stand. Here.
All right.
Change the zippers now. I need zippers when I'm in the hurry. Hooks and eyes wasn't good enough. Now, everybody would do with the zippers. No?
Oh, it's fine, Ma.
It's tight?
Uh-huh.
So wait, I'll hold myself in. No? Got it? Not the butterfinger.
All right,
no?
Ma.
Got it? There.
But, Ma, Mr. Allison thinks that Leah doesn't want him to get married. He'll never forgive himself for speaking the way he did to Ed on the phone.
He'll forgive himself. He'll forgive himself. Button here. Got it?
Turn around,
Make
Ma.
a bow. Make a nice, neatly bow.
All right.
Got it? There's my fancy pin. Huh? Didn't you heard me say my fancy pin? You didn't heard me say my fancy pin? There's my fancy pin with someone calling it. It doesn't give me my pocketbook. Here. Just because I'm in a hurry now. Got to fix now the fancy pin. All right, here. Fix it. Wait. Got it?
Yeah.
No, all right. Did it take this time? It is. Thank you. Where's Papa?
That's talking to the Reverend. Poor Leah. But, Mama, darling, what's your reason? Why don't you want to tell Mr. Allison?
Because I think Mr. Allison needs Miss Miller more now than ever. That's why I have mine here. Put in a hairpin here.
All right, Ma. Let's do it.
All right? All right. Please.
Ma, why don't you want to tell Mr. Allison?
Rosalie, dear, you're too young to understand, please. You're too young to understand what life means, Rosalie. You'll learn someday. What would Papa be without me? And what would I be without Papa, huh? You'll learn someday. My hair looks all right? Jerry?
Yes. Molly, tell Allison. Tell him the truth.
Jake, please, let me get my head together.
You don't need your head. Tell him his daughter Leah is sick, very sick, and that's why she didn't come to the phone.
Jake, let me wait for Dr. Cater.
It'll be too late.
What will be too late?
He's conversing with the Reverend. Before he gets married, he should know the truth, Molly.
I'm asking you to wait, please, for Dr. Cater.
Wait, Pa.
Why? That's what I'm asking you. Why? I'm not Mrs. Dr. Cater's patient. I have no complexes. I am a plain, normal human being that can think for himself. And I say, tell Allison the truth.
All right, Rosalie, maybe Papa's right. Why should Mr. Allison think his daughter Leah don't want him to get married, and that's why she didn't come to the phone when the truth is different?
She's paralyzed. She has a stroke. Shouldn't her father know that? Can I even witness a wedding ceremony under such circumstances? He has nothing but anger and hate in his heart for Leah.
All right, please.
I told you when you started your maneuvering. I warned you.
All right.
Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, Reverend.
You know my time is valuable. We're awaiting your instructions. I have to leave shortly, if you please.
Yes, Reverend. I'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
They have to get their license first, haven't they, Jake? No?
Of course they do.
The license?
I want Allison to know the truth before anything is done.
Let me wait at least for Sylvia, Jake, dear. Let me tell her.
My concern is not with Sylvia.
Excuse me. You'll have to take your car. Your car will hold all complaints. You have to go down to the Justice of Peace for a license. I don't know why all these details were not attended to.
Yes, I'll be right there, Reverend.
Thank you.
Rosie, go outside on the lawn and tell Mr. Ellison Mama wants to talk to him.
I don't want to tell him, Pa.
Why not? Because your mother wishes you not to, eh? Are you an apple of your mother's tree, eh?
Please.
Don't hit me, Rosie. I said go and tell Ellison your mother wishes to speak to him.
Papa, darling, wouldn't it be better if...
No, it wouldn't be.
You don't even know what I was going to say.
Don't say it.
I want to say it, Pa.
You're too young to say anything pertaining to this matter.
Why am I, Pa? If Mr. Allison goes back now with Leah sick and Sylvia the way she is, he'll be more alone than ever. Now is the time when he needs somebody. When do a man and woman need each other most? When you have trouble. Could you imagine yourself alone without anybody to turn to when you have your trouble? But who will Mr. Allison have? Nobody.
Did I say he should have nobody?
But if you tell him now, he'll be so upset he'll take the first train out and he won't get married. If you tell him after he gets married, it won't make much difference in time, but it'll help somebody. Can't you see, Pa? Can't you see what Mama means?
Molly number 2.
Listen, I'm very sorry, folks. I didn't come up here to enjoy the climate or to sit under a spreading chestnut tree. My time is valuable. I've several other couples scheduled for nuptials. Everything is on time. The wedding, the reception, the departure for the honeymoon. If my plans are upset, no one can tell what will happen. If you please, Mrs. Goldberg.
All right, let's go. I only hope Mr. Allison will forgive us.
Get my hat.
Why do you need a hat?
I can go like this to the justice.
Bring me down my vest.
Sylvia?
So, you called the Reverend behind my back. You want my father married just to spite me.
To whom are you speaking to, my dear young woman?
I'm speaking to all of you. To all of you mean, hypocritical people who pretend to be my friends. You don't care whether I'm happy or what becomes of me. All you want to do is to steal everything you can out of my life and leave me alone with nothing. You're trying to revenge yourself on me because you can't run my life. But he won't succeed. I'll stop all of you.
Since when are you the victim, Sylvia?
Papa, darling.
You can talk. You who nearly ruined my son's life.
You did it yourself with your interference. You tried to live for him and you tried to live for me. And now you're trying to live for my father, but you won't. Don't look so hurt and injured, Mrs. Goldberg. That's sheer hypocrisy.
Sylvia.
And you're just as bad. You brought me here. You want me to be here so you could get back at me for all the things you think I did to you.
Think you did.
You don't know. You and all the rest of them. You with all your pious remarks and innocent faces.
What's holding up the proceedings now, Mrs. Goldberg?
I am.
Well, you better hurry because they can't wait much longer.
You'll wait forever, whoever you are, because there isn't going to be a marriage.
I beg your pardon.
Reverend Goldbergs, I'm Mr. Allison's daughter, and I say there isn't going to be a marriage. My father doesn't want to get married, and these people are trying to drive him into it.
Mrs. Goldberg.
Reverend Goldbergs, she's not responsible.
I'm crazy.
My dear young
I
lady.
go on behind walls, you see. Go on. You've tried to make me think I'm crazy all along, but I'm not. And you can go back to where you came from. There's not going to be a marriage. There won't be any year. No, it's nothing.
In all my experience as a performer of marriage, my dear Mrs.
It's a plan to
Goldberg.
ruin my father. They want to revenge themselves on me.
But my dear young lady.
You won't. I won't listen to you or anyone. Not Dr. Cayley one. Not Dr. Cayley one. Not Dr. Cayley even. To no one. There's not going to be a marriage. I won't be left alone. I won't.
This is extraordinary. This is amazing. I never heard of such a thing in my life. Mrs.
All right,
Goldberg.
Reverend, please. Please come outdoors.
But at this most violent point in Sylvia's life, the tragedy down in South Carolina enters. And Allison's future and Sylvia's comes under the capable hands of Dr. Cayley. How will he accomplish it?
1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, A Gun for Dinosaur, by L. Sprague de Camp.
Just whiskey, please. No soda.
Ice, Mr. Rivers?
Good heavens, no. I have been in America for some time, but not that long.
Well, to a fine dinosaur.
Well, now, just a moment, Mr. Seligman. I won't take you hunting late Mesozoic dinosaur.
Why not?
How much do you weigh? About 9 stone?
130 pounds.
Yeah, I thought so. It's not heavy enough.
But your advertisement. You said safaris arranged to any time period.
Well, I'll take you to any period in the Cenozoic. I'll get you a shot at any entelodont or even mammoth or mastodon. They have fine heads. But I'll jolly well not take you to the Jurassic or the Cretaceous. You're just too small.
But what's my weight got to do with it?
Look here, old boy. What did you think you were going to shoot those dinosaurs with?
Well,
Well, look over here in this case. That's my own gun, a Continental 600. That shoots a pair of Nitro Express cartridges the size of bananas. It's designed for knocking down elephant, not just wounding them, but knocking them base over apex.
Well, now, I've handled guns.
Look, I've been guiding hunting parties for over 20 years. But I've never known a man your size who could handle the 6.00. It knocks him over.
Well, people have killed elephant with lighter guns, even the 375.
Yes, but consider an elephant weighs, well, let's say from 4 to 6 ton. You're planning to shoot reptiles weighing 2 to 3 times as much as an elephant. Now, I tell you, Mr. Seligman, I won't take anybody hunting dinosaur who can't handle a 6.00. Look, let's pour another drink and I'll tell you why. You see, I went into the partnership with the Raja about 5 years ago. I call him that because he's the hereditary monarch of Jaipur. It means nothing, of course. We both wanted to do a bit of hunting again. And Africa's all played out. It's too civilized now. So when we heard of Professor Prohaska's time machine at Washington University, we caught the next plane to St. Louis. The foundation administering the machine had worked out an arrangement splitting the time between scientific parties and hunters who wanted to try their luck at prehistoric game. Hunters paid through the nose, of course, to support the project. Well, it was about our 5th safari that Courtney James showed up. He's what you chaps call a playboy, a big bloke, handsome in a way, florid, beginning to turn to fat. He was on his 4th wife. And when he showed up at the office with a blonde, I assumed that this was the 4th Mrs. James. But he left her in the outer office and corrected my assumption.
Bunny? Oh, no, she's not my wife. My wife is in Mexico, I think, getting a divorce. But Bunny here would like to go along.
I'm sorry. We don't take ladies. Not to the late Mesozoic.
If she wants to go, she'll go. She skis and flies my airplane, so why shouldn't
There are enough risks at 85 million BC without adding to them. I'm sorry, but it's against the firm's policy.
Now, look here. I'm paying you a lot of money. I'm entitled...
You can't hire me to do anything against my best judgment. Now, if that's how you feel, get another guide.
All right. But let me tell you...
Oh, it ended with my telling him to get out of the office or I'd throw him out. And I was thinking sadly of all that lovely money that James would have paid me. When in came another side, an August Holsinger, a slim, bald chap with glasses.
Mr. Rivers, I don't want you to think I'm here under false pretenses. I'm
really not much of an outdoorsman, and I'll probably be scared to death when I see a real dinosaur.
Oh, well, most of us are frightened at first, but it doesn't do to speak of it.
Well, you see, I've always run a grocery store till my uncle died, and, well, I've got a great deal of money now.
Uh-huh.
I'm building a new house. I'm engaged, getting married, and, well, I'm determined to hang a dinosaur head over my fireplace or die in the attempt. A ceratopsian, I think. That's the one with the big horned head and the frill over the neck, isn't it?
Well, you want to think twice about that, you know. If you put a 7-foot Triceratops head into a small living room, there's apt to be no room left for anything else.
I know it's ridiculous, but I'm determined to do something big for once. Since there's no more real big game hunting, I'm going to shoot a dinosaur and hang his head over my mantel. I'll never be happy otherwise.
The Raja and I decided to make it to the Middle Cretaceous. That's about 85 million years ago. It's the best period for dinosaur in Missouri. So we drove Holtzinger into the country to let him try the 600.
It's rather heavy.
Look, you look out. There's quite a kick.
Couldn't you fire it prone?
Oh, not a gun that big. There's not enough give. You'd break your shoulder. All right. Take the safety off.
Like this?
Yeah. Take my hand. I'll help you up.
Thank you. I think I better try something smaller.
Well, he took a fancy to my Manchester 70, chambered for a .375 Magnum cartridge. It's a little light for elephant, and very definitely light for dinosaur, but we were in a hurry. And then, of course, just before we were ready to trek, James showed up and apologized for insulting me. He'd had a run-in with the girl, and he wanted to go along. And so we were off on safari. You all ready, gentlemen?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Now, Mr. Holtzinger, you've met my partner, the Raja of Jainpur.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Well, shall we get cracking? After you, Mr. Holtzinger. Mr. James.
Thank you.
Let's get going. All set.
We'll slam the hatch, and off we go.
What happens?
Nothing till the force field is built up. There she goes.
What happened to the lights?
Well, there's no current while we're in transition.
I don't feel well.
There's usually a touch of vertigo. I shouldn't worry about it.
Look, where do you shoot for? I mean, with Dinosaur. What is their best shot?
Well, you don't try for his brain, you know. They don't have any. Well, to be exact, they have a little bump about the size of a tennis ball on the top of their spines. And you're not likely to hit it when it's embedded in a 6-foot skull.
Try for the heart. They have big hearts, over 100 pounds. An exploding shell in the heart will slow them down, at least.
Oh, I see. Why do we have to go so far for game? Why couldn't we just go back 50 years and shoot lions in Africa?
Well, the machine won't work more recently than 100,000 years ago.
Why?
Well, look, I'm no four-dimensional expert on the subject, but it has something to do with what they call time paradox. You know, if people could go back to recent times, they might do something to affect history or kill their own grandfather, you know. And there's also some kind of taboo about sending people back to the same time again. There's paradoxes. Mustn't have them.
What would happen?
I'm not sure, but the university isn't taking chances. They've got about a billion years to cover. They won't run out of ears. Hello? Here we go. Oh, cheers, eh? Well, that's done it. April 24th, 85 million years B.C. Now then, careful. Keep the safety on your gun. And don't shoot unless I give the word.
Why? Why should we have to wait for you?
Because I'm responsible for everything you do. Especially if something goes wrong. I say, Roger, open the door, will you? In this period, the time chamber materializes on top of a rocky rise. At the west, you see the arm of the Kansas Sea that reaches across Missouri, and the big swamp where the sauropods live. To the east, the land slopes up to a plateau. It's good for ceratopsians. The finest thing about the Cretaceous is the climate. It's balmy like the South Sea Islands, and not so muggy as the Jurassic. Oh, we sent the time chamber back off and looked about. It was spring, with the dwarf magnolias in bloom all over. Down towards the Kansas Sea, cycads and willows grew, while the uplands were covered with screw pins and ginkgo. Yeah, well, I'm no ruddy poet, but I can appreciate a beautiful scene. Well, I was looking through the haze and sniffing the air.
I got him!
What the devil?
You see it? There it goes.
Confound it, you idiot. I told you not to shoot without word from me. And what happened?
An ornith of mine wandered out of the copse. Mr. James gave him both barrels. Missed.
Now, look here, James. One of the biggest dangers on a safari is trigger-happy sibes who get panicky. You're not to shoot unless you're told. You understand?
Who do you think you are to tell me when to shoot my own game?
Now, look here. Firstly, if you shoot up all your ammunition before the trip is over, your gun won't be available in case of a pinch. And secondly, if you empty both barrels, what would happen if a big theropod should charge before you could reload? And finally, it's not sporting to shoot everything in sight. Is that clear?
All right.
Well, now then, first task is fresh meat. As I told you, Holsinger wanted a ceratopsian head. James insisted on a Tyrannosaur. Then everybody would think that he'd shot the most dangerous game. The fact is that Tyrannosaur's overrated. But everybody's read about the tyrant lizard, and, well, he does have the biggest head of the theropods. Oh, and he'll snap you up if he gets the chance, no fear. Oh, we started off searching for meat. The Raja and I put the sahibs in front. We tell them it's so that they'll get the first shot, which is true, but another reason is that they're always tripping and falling with their guns cocked, and if the guide were in front, he'd get shot.
Boneheads. Where? See? Crouching over there. Feeding on those cycads. It's about the size of a man.
They look intelligent.
Well, not likely. That bulge on the head is solid bone. Now then, hold on there, James. You've had your shot for the day. Hold your fire until Holsinger shoots.
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Holsinger.
Doesn't matter which one?
No, here. Try that one by the rock. There's a good clear shot. Well, take your safety off.
Oh.
Go ahead now.
Well? Shh. Nuts, I've had enough of this.
James, don't...
I got him clean right through the heart. First shot, how's that?
I thought you were going to give Holsinger the first crack. It's his turn.
Well, I waited. Took so long I thought he'd gotten buck fever.
Very well. But if this sort of thing happens once more, we leave you at camp the next time we go out. The next couple of days we trekked around the neighborhood and then headed over to the sauropod swamp, over to the west. We were staked out along the edge of the lake, watching a big beggar out in the swamp waving his head about. And they're the big ones. They look something like the Brontosaur.
Can't we shoot him?
I wouldn't.
Why not?
Well, there's no point to it, and it's not sporting. Like, if you kill one in the water, he sinks and can't be recovered. And if you kill one on land, well, the only trophy is that little head on the top of that long neck. You can't bring that whole beast back because he weighs 30 tons or more.
That museum in New York got one.
Oh, yes. Well, they sent a party of 48 to the early Cretaceous with a 50 caliber machine gun. They spent 2 solid months hacking and sawing the carcass apart and hauling it to the time machine. I know the chap on the project, and he still has nightmares in which he smells decomposed dinosaur. And they also had to kill a dozen big sauropods who came in for the party. And then they had them lying around, too. They lost 3 men.
Reggie, Duckbill. Where are they?
Up there at the shoreline. Now, keep your voices down. You see? With the crest on the back of their heads.
Mr. Rivers, I've been thinking over what you said about those heads. If I could get one of those duckbills, I'd be satisfied. It'd look big enough over my mantle, wouldn't it?
I'm sure of it, old boy. Well, let's be off. Roger, you wait here with Mr. James. Shouldn't take us long. Holt and I crept along the shoreline, narrowing the range to the duckbills.
I think I can make the shot from here. I'll be ready in a minute. My shoe is loose. He's getting away. I won't get a shot.
I'm afraid Mr. James has fired both barrels again.
James, that's the second time you spoiled my shots.
Don't be a fool. I couldn't let them wander into camp, stamping everything flat.
There was no danger of that. You can see that the water is deep offshore. It's just that our trigger-happy Mr. James can't see any animal without shooting.
And if it did get close, all you have to do is to throw a stick of firewood at it. They're perfectly harmless.
But how was I to know?
I believe I mentioned it.
Well, what are we on this miserable trip for, except to shoot things?
There are certain rules, you know.
You call yourselves hunters. I'm the only one who was hitting anything.
Now, just a moment, old man. You're behaving like a confounded skite with more money than brains. I should never have brought you along.
Well, that's how you feel. Give me some food and I'll go back to the base for myself.
Now, don't be a bigger ass than you can help. That's quite impossible.
All right, I'll go alone. I wouldn't want to pollute your air with my presence.
Yeah, that's an attractive thought, Reggie, but we can't let him go. He'll get lost or starve. All right, I'll go after him.
We stumbled along for several more days, James on his good behavior for a change. And on the 1st of May, we broke camp and headed north to the hills. That was hot and sticky. And we were soon panting and sweating like horses when I picked up the smell of carrion and heard the thrumming of the flies. We found a huge ceratopsian lying dead in a little hollow on the edge of the copse. He must have weighed 6 or 8 tons alive.
Why couldn't I have gotten him before he died? That would have made a darn fine head.
On your toes, chaps. The sauropod that's been at this carcass is probably nearby.
How do you know?
You see how the hide's been ripped off and the bones are scattered? Sauropods will hang around a carcass like this for weeks, gorging and then sleeping their meals off for days at a time.
What do we do?
Well, that's what we came after. Look, Roger, you take Mr. James through that way, and we'll parallel you 40 feet distant. Now keep your eyes open. It'll be hard to see in these woods unless you're right on top of him. We pushed through the edge of the copse, looking for the huge flesh-eater who'd been at the carcass. I could hear James and the Rajah pushing ahead on my right. We were separated by a gully when I heard a noise ahead on our left.
What is it?
I don't know. Take the safety off your gun.
Oh, there it is. It's one of those boneheads.
Oh, well, they're not dangerous at any rate. But be careful. That sauropod might still be around.
I've got him! Got him clean!
Well, he's done it again. He shot the bonehead.
I've got him!
Look out! Look out! Dinosaur!
The Tyrannosaur heaved his head out of a shrubbery just in front of us. Look, the scientists can insist that Rex is bigger than Trionches, but I'll swear that this Tyrannosaur was bigger than any Rex ever hatched. It must have stood 20 feet high and been 50 feet long. I could see its big, bright eye and 6-inch teeth. He'd been sleeping off his last meal, and James fired off both barrels over his head at the bonehead and woke the Tyrannosaur up.
Get back! Get back, you fool!
Gun's empty and Roger can't get a shot. Found it. There goes the beast in behind those ferns. Holzinger! Holzinger! Come back! Your gun's too light for that beggar! James came bolting back in a panic and blundered into the Rajah, sending both of them sprawling under the ferns. The Tyrannosaur came after them to snap them up. Holzinger began to blaze away. He got off 3 shots through the beast's body with that little light gun. The Tyrannosaur whirled around to see what was stinging it. The jaws came open, and the head swung around and down again. Holzinger got off 1 more shot and tried to leap to one side. The Tyrannosaur continued its lunge and caught him in its jaws as he fell.
Reggie, stand clear! Heart's the only chance.
There's no use. There he goes.
Try a long shot.
Ah, no, I missed him clean. Poor Holzinger.
Well, that's the end. He stopped screaming. Did you notice?
Oh, yes. Well, I expect we'd best track the beast. He might be dying. We should try to recover Holzinger's remains.
Yes, there's nothing else to do.
No, nothing. It's a bad show all round. An hour later, we gave up and went back to the glade looking very dismal.
Where have you two been?
We were occupied. The late Mr. Holzinger. Remember?
You shouldn't have gone off and left me. Another of those things might have come along.
Isn't it bad enough to lose one hunter through your stupidity?
What?
Sure, you put us in front of you, so if anybody gets eaten, it's one of us. That's...
You stinking little swine. If you hadn't been a first-class idiot and blown those 2 barrels again, this never would have happened. Holtzinger died trying to save your worthless life. And I wish he'd failed.
Why, I ought to...
Now then, my lady buck, I'm glad you did that. It gives me a chance I've been waiting for. Now get up. And I'll be glad to finish off.
You won't finish anybody off. All right, put your hands up. Both of you.
Put that gun away. Don't be an idiot.
I won't let anybody do that to me.
You can't get away with murder.
Why not? Won't be much left of you after you're hit with a 600 explosive shell. Nobody could prove anything. They can't hold you for a murder 85 million years old. The statute of limitations, you know.
Nice work, Roger, old chap.
Yes. Cretaceous rock. Doesn't quite have the balance of a cricket ball, but it's a bit harder, what?
Well, suppose we tie this chap up and take him back to camp. When the time transition chamber finally arrived, we fell over one another getting into it. We dumped James in a corner and threw the switches.
You two should have killed me back there.
Why? You don't have a particularly good head.
You wouldn't look at all well over a mantle.
You can laugh, but I'll get you someday.
Close quarters, isn't it?
Someday I'll find a way. I'll find a way and I'll get off scot-free, too.
My dear chap, if there was some way to do it, I'd have you charged with Holtzinger's murder. Look, you'd best let well enough alone.
No, I'll kill you. Both of you. Somehow.
Cigarette, Roger?
Thanks.
When we came out in the present, we handed him his empty gun, and off he went. We paid everybody off, found that we were broke. But quite luckily, a steel manufacturer turned up who wanted a mastodon head for his den. While we were standing in the laboratory at the university waiting for the time chamber, the technician, he's a bookish chap, a theoretical temporal physicist, was watching his dials and scopes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Rivers, you just missed him.
Missed who?
That last client of yours, Mr. James.
Well, that's good luck. What was he doing here?
Oh, he told me quite a tale. Said he'd lost his wallet back there. Said it contained some very valuable papers. It must have been valuable. He paid the university fee of $5,000 for the use of the chamber. He's on his way back there now.
Back where?
Well, he told me to send him back a few minutes before you arrived the last time. Then he could see himself drop the wallet.
He's going to stand there and watch himself come out? Yeah, but, doesn't that create what you chaps call a paradox? What happens when a man tries to occupy the same time twice?
Well, we don't know. It's never been tried before. Well, we tried to warn him, but he insisted.
Yes, I know. He's a headstrong chap. Still, you wouldn't think he'd chance it just for the sake of a wallet. Was he armed?
Yes. He had a .375 Express.
.375? Well, that's odd. He knows it's too light for Dinosaur.
Yes, but not too light for a man. I say, Roger, you don't think Mr. James is lurking behind a bush back there until we show up again? And planning to pot us as we step out?
That's impossible. We already did step out of the chamber and nothing happened.
Yeah, but that was before Mr. James was waiting with an express rifle cocked. Hey, Doctor?
But you mean he's planning to murder the two of you?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I don't suppose there's anything you could do to stop the process now.
No, it's too late. The chamber's in transition now. Look, hadn't you better get out of here before he kills you?
Well, there's no point in running. If Mr. James's theory is right, we've both been dead for 85 million years. We might as well wait and see what happens.
Transition point coming up.
Well, it's been quite a world up to this point. Hey, Roger?
Yes, right.
Here it goes.
Reggie, are you all right?
Well, I seem to be. What happened?
The time chamber. It's back. We'd better get it open.
Good Lord, look at that.
Ghastly, isn't it? Where did it come from?
I'm not sure. But I rather think it came from the Middle Cretaceous era. It wasn't here a moment ago.
Ghastly mess. Looks as if every bone was pulverized and every blood vessel burst.
I dare say. But that's his gun, all right. It's James, there's no doubt of it. So, that's the story, Mr. Seligman. Of course, I don't understand the mathematics, but the idea's rather easy to grasp. Nobody had shot us when we first emerged on the 24th of April, 85 million BC. And so, of course, that couldn't be changed. The instant James started to do anything that would make a paradox, the space-time forces snapped him forward and ripped him to bits. Well, they know a good deal about that now, and there's a safety margin of 500 years between each trip. You can't have paradoxes, you know. It just isn't done. And you see, I'm a lot more careful now. I shouldn't have taken James when I knew what a spoiled, unstable sort he was. Or Holtzinger either. When I saw that he was too small to shoot a dinosaur gun. With a heavier gun, he'd probably have knocked the Tyrannosaur down and saved his own life. So, Mr. Seligman, that's why I won't take you to that period to hunt. I'm sorry, but you're just too light. You're not big enough to handle a gun for Dinosaur.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features the story of a man who develops a spaceship that travels so fast that its pilots vanish mysteriously into thin air. Read the Vaughn Shelton story, Point of Departure, in Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand now. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you A Gun for Dinosaur, a story from the pages of Galaxy, written by L. Sprague de Camp, patent consultant and one of our leading authors of science fiction. It was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Alistair Duncan, Wendell Holmes, John Gibson, Donald Buca, Warren Parker, and Alan Hewitt. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, your home will be filled with the voices of top entertainers and fascinating experts in the homemaking field tomorrow, when Virginia Graham and Mike Wallace bring you another broadcast of NBC's Weekday. Among the special guests is Rita Gam, Hollywood star and one of Grace Kelly's prospective bridesmaids. And Rita will be joined by a singer whose unique style is well known to his many fans, Johnny Ray. Then from Britain, it's actor Trevor Howard. Meet them all tomorrow when NBC's Weekday brings you another day of fact and fun on this station. Now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X-1.
Tonight, a story by Frederick Pohl. Tunnel Under the World.
On the morning of June 15th, Guy Burkhart woke up screaming. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear and feel that sharp, metal-ripping explosion, that searing wave of heat. He sat up.
Mary! Where are you?
Guy, what's wrong? You're trembling.
Where were you?
In the kitchen cooking breakfast. What is it?
I don't know, a dream, I guess. An explosion.
Did you say an explosion?
Yes.
But that's the dream I had.
What?
I dreamed there was a big explosion, and then something sort of hit me on the head.
Holy smokes, maybe there really was some sort of explosion, and it started us dreaming.
Well, there'll be an explosion down at your office if you don't hurry and get to work.
Coming in on the bus, Burkhart watched to see if there was any evidence of an explosion. There wasn't. If anything, the town looked better than ever. The only thing that seemed strange to him was the fact that none of the usual crowd was on the bus. He was a little relieved when his old pal, Henry Swanson, finally got on.
Excuse me.
Henry!
Pardon me, sir?
Henry, what's the matter with you? It's me, Guy Burkhart.
Burkhart? Sorry, I don't believe we've met.
What? Henry, for Pete's sake, it's me.
If you'll excuse me, this is my stop.
Well, I'll be... How do you like that? Guy Burkhart got off in front of the gigantic Contro Chemical Building, took the elevator to the 98th floor where he had worked in the accounting department for 12 years. It wasn't until he was almost at his floor that he realized the speaker was not playing the usual commercials.
Friends, are you happy with your present home freezer? Of course not. Well, the answer to your problems is a Fecco freezer. Fecco freezers are better freezers. Most wives would do anything for a Fecco freezer. Friends, are you happy with your present home freezer?
Morning, Miss Horn.
Good morning, Miss Burkhart.
Well, new hairdo, I see, huh?
Why, yes. Do you like it?
That makes a lot of difference in your appearance. Mr. Barth in?
No, sir. He had an appointment with Mr. Dorchin of the Human Research Institute.
Today? But today's the 15th of June. He has to sign the quarterly statement.
He said he wouldn't be in.
Huh, that's mighty peculiar.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, Miss Horn, what the devil is a Fecco freezer?
A Fecco freezer?
There's some new copy on the elevator commercial. Dorch must have landed another account. Fecco freezers.
I really don't know, Mr. Burkhart.
Huh. It's a funny day. Can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something strange going on. He couldn't shake the thought out of his mind. It persisted all through the day and through dinner. He was still brooding as he and Mary got ready for bed.
Tired, dear?
Oh, no.
Anything wrong?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I'll get a good night's sleep. Coming?
I think I'll sit up and read for a while.
Well, good night, darling.
Night, dear. At exactly midnight, Guy Burkhart lapsed into a sudden, deep sleep. And the following morning, he woke up, screaming.
Darling, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Bad dream, I guess.
Oh, you gave me such a shock.
I seem to be having a lot of nightmares lately.
Really?
Yes, the one I had yesterday. This was the same. A big explosion and then nothing.
You had a dream yesterday?
Well, of course I did. You had the same sort of dream.
I? Guy, you're mistaken. I don't remember dreaming.
Oh, now, Mary, you told me.
Guy, you're mistaken.
But, Mary, you...
Maybe you dreamed I had a dream. Maybe...
Oh, yes, I might have done that, I suppose.
Everything did seem sort of strange yesterday.
Oh, that's probably it. You better get dressed, dear. Today's the 15th. That's when the quarterly statement...
15th?
Yes.
Well, it must have been a dream, because yesterday was the 15th.
Guy Burkhart got up, dressed, ate breakfast, and took the usual bus to work. Once again, everything seemed even brighter and newer than usual. And once again he was puzzled when he noticed none of the old crowd on the bus.
Pardon me, please. Oh, look, don't shove so. Oh, morning, Henry.
Morning. For God's sake, don't talk to me.
What is it? You being followed or something?
Don't you know? I was sure you remembered.
Remembered what?
I can't talk. This is my stuff. Will you excuse me, please?
Well, Henry, for Pete's sake.
As in yesterday's dream, Guy Burkhart got off at his stop and took the elevator to the 98th floor. The speaker in the elevator purred a new commercial this time.
Marlin cigarettes. They're sanitized. Does your present cigarette make your throat feel raspy and unpleasant? Marlin cigarettes contain a miraculous new drug which actually gives you the sensation of smooth, creamy smoke. Marlin cigarettes. Marlin cigarettes.
He walked down the marble corridor to his office.
Good morning, Mr. Burkhart.
Good morning, Miss Horn.
Do you like my new hairdo?
Yes. Is Mr. Barth in?
No, sir. He had an
Appointment with Mr. Dorchin at the Research Institute. I know.
You know?
Well, I guessed it anyway. And today is the 15th of June, and he won't be here to sign the quarterly statement, and I'm going nuts. Let me have a cigarette, will you?
Yes, sir. Try one of these. They're Marlins.
I never heard of Marlins before today. What are we, a bunch of guinea pigs?
Something wrong, Mr. Burkhart?
Wrong? Perish the thought, Miss Horn. Perish the thought.
He went to his desk and stared at the mail. Before he opened it, he knew that the factory distributor's envelope contained an order for 12 new electronic computers. He knew that the Development Journal contained an article about a new method of transprinting selective brain circuits of human engineers onto the electric brain circuits of robot engineers to facilitate the operation of automatic factories. He knew that there was a complaint from Feinbeck & Sons about the Controchemical's newest household robot circuit. After a long while, he forced himself to open them. They were exactly as he suspected.
Hello?
This is Swanson, Henry Swanson.
What is it?
Do you remember?
Remember what?
Just remember.
All right, now listen, Henry, let's stop playing games. Yesterday, either I was dreaming or you snubbed me on the bus. Today, the same thing happens.
Oh, you do remember, thank heavens. I thought so when I saw you, but I couldn't be sure.
What is it you want?
Listen, tomorrow morning, when I get off the bus, you get off with me. Be casual. They may be watching.
Who may be watching? Swanson! Hello!
You buzzed, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, I'm still out of cigarettes. Would you buy me a pack of Kelvins?
Wouldn't you rather have Marlins?
I smoke Kelvins.
But, Mr. Burkhart, Marlins have that soft, creamy smoke that's so soothing to your throat.
Oh. You really believe that stuff?
Well, it's true. I wouldn't say this, Mr. Burkhart, except that, well, I've gotten to know you pretty well, and I've grown to admire you so much.
I see.
Would you mind, Mr. Burkhart, if I told you that for months now I've wanted to, well, just comfort you? I know how troubled you've been.
Well, you've never mentioned your feelings before, Miss Horn.
April. My first name's April.
Oh, that's a pretty name.
You see, I do have your welfare at heart. That's why when I see you smoking Kelvins and I know Marlins are so much better, won't you let me buy some of them for you, huh?
Well, I suppose so. Why not? Here, bring me a carton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Guy?
I think you ought to go.
I'll be back.
There was something wrong. Something definitely peculiar about what was happening. The call from Henry Swanson. The strange behavior of his secretary, Miss Horn. These new products, the dream. Guy Burkhart went home that night feeling like a man in a nightmare.
Is that you, dear?
It's me.
You have a good day?
Fair.
Oh, before you sit down, will you go down in the cellar and put in a new fuse? The switch in the hall closet blew out. I shut it off.
Okay.
Supper will be ready in a minute, so don't start fooling around with that old boat hull you've been building.
I won't. Mary! Mary!
What is it?
Come down here. Hurry up.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I was looking for a fuse, and I thought maybe I'd dropped one under the boat hull, so I scratched around. Look. Let me put the flashlight on it.
Well?
Look at the floor.
What about the floor?
It's supposed to be cement.
Well?
Well, it's copper. There's a thin layer of cement, but underneath it's metal. Look here. Underneath the concrete, more metal. And here on the wall. You see? Metal. Metal under the floor, behind the walls, every place.
Well, I don't really understand.
Mary, I know this sounds crazy, but somebody, for reasons I can't even begin to guess, has taken this house and replaced it with a clever imitation.
Guy.
Mary, I'm going to look around a little more.
Well, your dinner will be ready.
All right, save it for me. There are a couple of things I've got to figure out.
The following morning, Guy Burkhart woke up screaming. He dragged himself into the kitchen where his wife Mary was preparing breakfast and discovered it was still June 15th.
Mary, where's the morning paper? Where is it?
It's outside the door, I guess.
Uh-huh. June 15th.
You'd better hurry, dear. Today's the day Mr. Barr fills out the quarterly tax return.
Oh, no, it isn't.
What?
He won't be there. He'll be at a meeting with that crackpot Dorchin at the Human Research Institute.
Mr. Dorchin?
He'll be there. And Miss Horn will have a new hairdo, and the elevator will be selling some new product, and Swanson...
What about Swanson?
Swanson, he said... I wonder if it's going to be the same today, or whether...
Guy, what in the world are you talking about?
Huh? Nothing. Never mind. Where's my coat?
You haven't had any breakfast.
I don't want to miss my bus. I'll see you tonight.
Guy Burkhart got on his bus. There were the same unfamiliar faces, the same unusually new-looking buildings, the same unusually bright sunshine. And on the customary corner, Henry Swanson, pale and furtive, climbed aboard.
Excuse me, sir.
It's quite all right.
Do you remember the phone call?
Yes.
Oh, thank heaven. Get off at the next corner and follow me.
Where are you going?
There's an excavation for a building about a block down. Make sure you aren't followed. I'll go first. Burkhart. Here, behind the fence.
All right now, Henry, what's this all about?
I'm not sure. At first I thought perhaps they were Russians. Now I'm beginning to think they're Martians. No humans could have accomplished what they've accomplished.
Now, wait a minute. Start from the beginning, Henry. What's going on?
Look, Burkhart, peculiar things have been happening to you, right?
Yes.
A lot of your friends are missing. Your house seems changed.
Yeah. There's something stranger than that. The date. Today is June 15th. Yet I could swear yesterday was June 15th and the day before that.
You got it, friend. It's always June 15th. And you and I are the only ones who know it.
But why, Henry? How?
I'm not sure. I think it's some sort of mass hypnosis or something.
Well, why doesn't it work for us? My wife, Mary, doesn't remember a thing.
Somehow, when it happened, they missed us. We were protected from the full force of the rays or whatever they used. Burkhardt, where were you on the night of the 14th, about midnight?
Let me see, that was Sunday night.
Yes.
Yeah, I was down in the cellar under the boat I'm building.
I was in my darkroom developing some pictures.
This just doesn't make any sense to me. Russians, Martians. What makes you think that?
I've seen them.
Where?
At the end of the tunnel.
What tunnel?
The one they built under Tylertown.
A tunnel under Tylertown?
Yes, that's right. It's made out of copper or some alloy.
Copper? Wait a minute. I found a copper layer under my cellar floor last night.
So did I. That's how I discovered it. I found a way to get in, too. It's at the bottom of this excavation.
Holy mackerel. Henry, why don't we tell the police?
Because we can't trust them. Even the police may be Martians in disguise.
Oh, come on now. You're being melodramatic.
Oh, am I? Well, you just come with me.
Where?
Into the tunnel. I'll show you.
Henry Swanson led Guy Burkhardt to a small hole in the side of the excavation. There he removed a cut-out piece of metallic substance, and they crawled into a dimly lighted tunnel. They walked for what seemed like 2 miles until Swanson held his finger to his lips.
We've got to be quiet now.
Henry, this is fantastic. They've got a tunnel right under the whole town.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. There's a room a little farther down. We'll be able to look through a glass in the door.
Is it safe?
It's perfectly safe, unless one of them comes along. Now, come on.
Okay.
Here. Now, Burkhardt, look through this glass. Now, just so I know I'm not completely insane, tell me what you see.
Good Lord.
Well?
A tremendous panel with dozens of telescreens. And in front of each a servo robot. They seem to be computing something.
Yes, I've watched them. They're evaluating data from the screens.
Have you gotten a chance to look at the data on those screens?
No. I've been afraid to go in. There might be a warning circuit somewhere.
Well, if we knew what those robots were working on, we could go to the authorities.
I'll risk it if you will.
All right, it's worth a chance. We're lost anyway.
Okay. Open the door. So far, so good.
Come on. Let's take a look at that data.
But don't interfere with the robots.
Don't worry. Here, let's look at this screen. Listen to this. Tests in the 47K12 group with Marlin cigarettes pulled 80% using the soft feminine approach. Indications are that an extension of this approach would influence at least 70% nationwide. The direct elevator pitch pulled only 10%. This should be abandoned and a new series of high persuasion personal elements introduced. Henry, do you know what this means?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I don't blame you. This is crazy, but it fits the facts when I think about it. Do you know who's behind this?
Martians?
No, not Martians, Henry. Humans.
What?
Humans who are interested in developing the perfect propaganda machine.
What?
I don't know who they are or how they've done it, but somehow they've taken Tylertown over.
Hypnosis.
Hypnosis, drugs, maybe some kind of array or something. However they do it, what happens is that they let us live through a single day. During that day, they pour all kinds of suggestions and propaganda into us. At the end of the day, they evaluate the results, see how we've reacted. And at midnight, they wash the day out of our minds, and the next morning we start the same day over again with different stimuli. Do you know what that means, Henry? Suppose one man learned how to influence people 100%. Why, in a year, he could sell us anything from freezers to political candidates.
Oh, wait a minute.
We're guinea pigs, Henry. This whole community is one big test tube for Dorchin's propaganda research.
Burkhardt, what do we do?
I don't know, but somehow we've got to get out of this town and get to the FBI.
What do you think we can?
It's worth a try. Come on.
Wait.
Huh? What is it?
Look through the door. There's somebody coming down the tunnel.
You've got to hide.
Behind the circuit box. Wait.
Good Lord, it's Dorchin, the head of the Research Institute.
Quiet.
All right, Burkhardt, come out. We know you're in this room. Miss Horn has informed us that you remember. I must warn you that it's useless to buck us. Come out peacefully. Let our maintenance crew adjust you properly so you don't remember from one experiment to the next. It will be quite painless. If you don't come out peacefully, we'll have to get you.
Henry, take this wrench. When I give the word, jump him.
But he may be armed.
Well, we've got nothing to lose.
Very well. I'm coming after you.
Now! Burkhardt, I killed him.
Oh, wait. Get his coat unbuttoned. Maybe his heart is still beating.
Henry! What is it? What's wrong?
Look underneath his coat.
Heaven help us.
It's a robot. A humanoid robot designed to look like Dorchin.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait.
What's that?
It's a loudspeaker.
I told you it was useless, gentlemen.
Who are you?
Mr. Dorchin, naturally. The real Mr. Dorchin.
What are you trying to do to us?
Merely trying to prevent you from damaging my experiment, gentlemen.
You can't get away with this, Dorchin. Sooner or later, somebody, the FBI or somebody, is going to get wind of this madness.
Really, Burkhardt, you're quite naive. Now, why not be reasonable and let the maintenance crews adjust you?
And if I refuse, I suppose you'll kill me.
That would be quite impossible.
Oh?
You see, Burkhardt, you're already dead.
Dead?
You're shocked. It's quite true. You and everyone else in this town were killed by a premature atomic blast at the Control Chemical Plant. The blast occurred at 7 a.m. on June 15th. That is the last thing imprinted on your minds. That is why you wake up screaming each morning.
No, it isn't true.
But it is. What I and my associates did was take the brain circuits from your dead bodies. We stored them in electrochemical batteries till we had a chance to rebuild the cities and begin our tests.
Do you think I believe a fantastic tale like that?
I imagine you find it incredible. Of course, we didn't rebuild everything exactly. After all, it only has to last for a single day, June 15th. At midnight, we turn off the power and wash out the memory of the day. You and your friend Swanson, unfortunately, have defective circuits. You remember.
Burkhardt, it's no use. We're trapped. Give up.
No, not me.
What can we do?
We can make a run for it down the tunnel. Come on.
It's useless, Burkhardt.
Keep going.
It's useless. Useless. Useless.
Now, this door is open. It opens. Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. Swanson, look.
They were standing on a ledge of smooth, finished metal. At their feet, the ledge dropped away into a chasm so deep they could not see the bottom. Beyond was only a glare so bright that their eyes could not stand to look into it. And yet, just at the limit of their vision, something towered. Something so huge it was almost inconceivable. Something.
Burkhardt?
Yes?
This is Dorchin. Now do you understand why it's useless?
The great looming figure moved closer. It seemed to take shape now, and yet it was so gigantic as to be unbelievable. It came closer. The glare was partially blocked. And then, Guy Burkhardt knew that the towering shape was none other than Dorchin himself.
You see how I did it, Burkhardt? I took your brain circuits and had them reduced so they could be transferred to tiny humanoid mannequins. That's what you are, Burkhardt. A tiny miniature of yourself. And this city, this whole experiment I'm conducting, is built on a tabletop.
It was the morning of June 15th, and Guy Burkhart woke up out of a dream screaming.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features another story by tonight's author, Frederick Pohl. It's the second installment of his novel, Slave Ship. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
The underwater city of Euclidia is being deserted. One at a time, just as fast as they can come up through the surface airlock, the Euclideans are coming aboard the Gregory boat and going to their quarters below the decks. Mrs. Gregory has chartered this small steamer, which is large enough to safely accommodate the Euclideans, and plans to take them back to the United States, where they will be placed in a scientific colony established for them there, and allowed to continue their work under guard. In the radio cabin of the boat, Mrs. Gregory and Joan have been getting weather reports in preparation for their 4,000-mile trip back to Los Angeles.
It is well along into the afternoon, Mother.
Yes, Joan, dear. Nearly 4 o'clock. That steady parade of Euclideans has been coming up over the side and going below since daylight this morning.
They look very strange, do they not? I can realize that since I have seen your world. I should not like to go back to those drab uniforms of Euclidean cloth and that cold, hard, scientific manner of living.
That's all over now, Joan. And our adventures will soon be over. We'll live quietly at my home in Los Angeles, and you'll go to school with Jerry.
Jerry says I know too much to go to school, but I do not agree with him. I believe I should go to school, if only to learn to behave exactly as others in your world do.
Yes, that will have value to you. And the association with other young people, boys and girls near your own age, will provide a lot of fun for you.
It will seem strange, but very nice to live your life.
Hello there.
Come in, Jerry.
And will you please close the door?
Oh, sure. But I wanted to keep an eye on those Euclideans.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I'm a little nervous. For 7 or 8 hours now, I've heard those feet shuffling past this door. Watched those shapeless uniforms and the dull, leaden faces of the Euclideans.
Yeah, well, I guess it would get kind of sort of tiresome.
Just listen a moment, Jerry.
Golly, they do get on your nerves. From the sound of their shuffling feet, I'll close the door.
Oh, thanks, Jerry. That's better.
Oh, gee, Mrs. Gregory, you're all upset about this thing.
Mother is not accustomed to being in charge of a boat with 250 prisoners on board.
Oh, sure, but the danger's all over now.
I hope you're right, Jerry. But a 4,000-mile trip with a boatload of Euclideans seems to offer plenty of opportunity for trouble.
They're not going to do anything. There's no fight left in that bunch.
I feel that is correct, Jerry. Never have I seen anyone look so hopeless.
You know, I think most of them are glad it's happened. I guess they weren't any too happy on Euclidia.
That was the idea Tex and I had when we agreed to this wild plan of trying to capture 250 people and take them home on an ordinary boat.
I heard some of the leading scientists say that they would welcome the opportunity of working under better conditions.
They're an amazing crowd of people, thinking nothing but scientific advancement, willing to be taken prisoners, to live anywhere and to work anywhere, just so they're allowed to work on their inventions and discoveries.
Yeah, and I'll bet you that we'll never have a bit of trouble with them after we put them in that place you bought.
They'll have plenty of room, at least. And the buildings and equipment are good. It was a very complete little college a few years ago.
But, Mother, why should a college be forced to close? Is there no one who wants to learn?
Well, plenty of them. But they want to learn in the big colleges with the best football teams.
Football? Do they attend the higher institutions of learning to study football?
Oh, lots of them do.
But I thought football was a form of recreation, a game.
It is, Joan, dear. But football is also the magnet which draws thousands of students to the larger schools annually.
How strange.
Well, maybe. But I like it all right.
Jerry.
Want me?
Captain.
Run along, Jerry. Tex wants you.
Okay. Hey, looks like that's about the end of the Euclidean parade.
Oh.
That was the last of them, Skipper?
Then we might go out on deck, Mother.
Not yet, Joan. Tex asked us to stay here, and we'll stay until he tells us to come out.
Oh, okay. See you later.
Oh, thank goodness that's all over.
And now, all that we have to do is sail home.
Yes, that's all. Just a little 4,000-mile trip.
It will not prove difficult, I think.
Well, we've done our part, Joan. We've got all the weather reports the land stations can give us, and it looks like fair weather all the way home.
May I come in, Mrs. Gregory?
Of course you may, Elaine. Sit down here.
Thank you. You must be very tired.
I am tired, but tired with the satisfaction of a task well performed.
And the Euclideans are all aboard?
Why, yes. Yes, they're all aboard.
Elaine, has anything happened?
Nothing. The transfer has been without incident.
But you hesitated before you answered, Mother.
I am sorry. I did not mean to hesitate.
Something is wrong, Elaine? Tex? Jerry?
They are quite all right. I believe the captain suffered a disappointment, but he will tell you about it.
What sort of disappointment could it be?
If Tex wants us to wait for his explanation, we'll have to wait for it. It can't be anything very serious.
Mother, is that not the signal to start?
So soon? Yes. The engines are gathering speed, and the boat is beginning to move. Oh, we're underway.
I thought it would not be long. The captain gave orders to the 3 men who are to remain in the underwater city with the animals until another boat arrived to take them off.
Who stayed, Elaine?
2 members of your crew, and the engineer, Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod will be with his pigs once more.
I'll bet Mac didn't like that job any too well.
He volunteered for it, and the captain thought an engineer should be in charge.
And after the cattle, birds, and chickens are taken out of the city?
Then it is to be flooded and destroyed.
It seems a waste of splendid effort to ruin that beautiful city. The Euclideans have spent more than 10 years building parts of it.
I know that, Elaine. But its existence would cause trouble. Trouble between nations as to who would claim it, and trouble among men for its scientific treasures.
I believe you are right, Mother. It will be better so.
Oh, Tex, it's really over?
Yes, Pat. It's all over. I hope.
You hope?
Elaine.
Yes, Captain?
I hate to ask you to do anything more until you get some rest, but you're the only one who can do this with any degree of certainty.
That is quite all right, Captain.
You go and join Jerry at the stern hatch. He'll explain what it is you have to do and report to me as soon as you finish.
Surely, Captain. Whatever it is, we will let you know the result at once.
Thanks, Elaine. And I promise you can sleep after that.
Tex, what's all this mystery?
Oh, probably nothing, Pat. I'm not sure yet.
You are worried, Captain Bradford?
Well, not exactly worried, but I'm a little disturbed about something.
Well, what is it, Tex?
G-47 has disappeared.
What? G-47?
Right.
You mean he didn't come aboard?
At least I didn't see him come aboard.
Then he's hiding down in Euclidia, and we've put off without him.
But that would be dangerous.
It would, but I don't think that's what's happened.
What else could it be, Tex?
G-47 doesn't tell all he knows to anyone. He might have a trick or two up his sleeve.
Where do you think he is, Captain?
On board this boat.
But you just said, Tex,
I said I didn't see him come aboard, and I didn't. Or at least I didn't recognize him.
But what would be his object in disguising himself?
No telling, but I've got an idea he's on board.
Wouldn't one of the other chief scientists know?
Probably, but they wouldn't talk to me. I tried to get some news out of 3 of them. Thales, Cheops, and Octavo. They merely said they didn't know where he was.
Do you think it's possible he might have hidden somewhere in Euclidia?
Yes, Mother. That is quite possible.
Oh, Tex, those 3 men you left down there. They'd be helpless in G-47's hands.
I thought of that. But for some reason, I'm not afraid of it. There's more to G-47's disappearance than a simple hiding trick.
But what could it be?
That I don't know.
Was that the errand on which you sent Jerry and Elaine?
Yes. Elaine would be able to recognize G-47 if she was looking for a disguise. And Jerry will probably say the wrong thing and make some Euclidean so angry that they'll tell him what he wants to know.
I could have helped them, Captain.
I know it, Joan, but I thought it best to keep you out of there. Some of the Euclideans may feel that you and your mother started all this trouble for them when we went searching for you long ago. I think it's just as well if you don't go down into their quarters.
I agree with you, Tex. And I think that should mean for the entire voyage.
By all means.
Very well. If you wish it.
Ahoy, the boat. McLeod to Captain Bradford. Ahoy, the boat there.
Tex, it's Mac.
Didn't take him long to get down to that Euclidean radio and figure out how to work it.
This is McLeod. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mac. This is Tex. How did you find everything?
Those men left everything in perfect condition. We'll do very nicely until you get another boat down here.
Good for you, Mac. Now remember that if anything happens, you can use that small submarine in the lower lock. I took all my solvent away from that lock. And in an emergency, get out of there with your crew and start along the course to Los Angeles.
Nothing is going to happen. We'll take care of things. And now I must get along and feed the pigs. Good luck to you all.
Good luck, Mac, and don't take any chances. Well, that's the last we'll hear from Mac in some time.
Mr. McLeod is a fine man.
He certainly is. And Mac is the only man who could go into that underground city with two companions and calmly set about feeding the pigs while he begins the 30-day wait.
Will it take so long to get another boat to him?
The kind of boat we'll need to take out several hundred animals and birds won't be any speedboat.
Well, here we are.
And?
Nothing.
No sign of G47?
He is not among the Euclideans.
Then where is he?
We don't know. And I don't think the Euclideans know either.
But they must know.
I believe not.
What's it all about, Elaine?
Thales seemed willing enough to talk, and I feel that he was speaking the truth. He has absolutely no idea of G47's whereabouts.
Well, this certainly puts us in a fine position.
Yeah, with that guy running loose in the world, well, it won't be long until another of these crazy colonies will be springing up someplace.
That is right, Jerry.
Tex, can't we do anything about it?
Apparently not. What else did Thales say?
Well, he claims that G47 disappeared right after we left in that rocket plane.
Well, what could he use for transportation?
I can't figure it. Those submarine locks were still magnetized when we got back.
And he could not take a boat out through that small surface lock.
Not any boat we saw there. But G47 didn't tell the rest of the scientists all his tricks. Well, I could tell from the way they acted, G47 was just about as mysterious to them as he was to us.
Well, he's gone, and there's nothing we can do about it. At least we have the rest of his colony. And G47 is only one man. It will take him a long time to build another Magic Island or another Euclidean.
Nevertheless, Tex, I'd feel a great deal more comfortable if he was safely locked in the hold with the rest of them.
Yeah, so would I. But we can't help it.
I believe I will go to my cabin and rest, if I may.
Go to it, Elaine. You've helped a lot, and when we get home, we'll try to repay you.
I had hoped to promise you a world without any more fear of G47, but I can't promise that now.
No, Mother. I am sure we will hear from G47 again.
Once more, the Gregory party has returned safely from the Magic Island, bringing with them the entire colony of Euclideans from the strange underwater city. Mrs. Gregory has arranged the funds with which to endow a sort of combined laboratory, college, and prison to house these scientists and allow them to continue their work under guard. Naturally, it's been a busy time for our friends. We find them now 1 week after their arrival at Los Angeles. Jerry and Joan are out seeing the town. Joan for her first real view of our world, and Jerry showing her around. In the radio room in Mrs. Gregory's home, Captain Bradford is explaining to Pat why he believes certain things.
But it doesn't make sense, Tex.
Why, sure it does, Pat. Now listen to this. G47 disappeared, and that's the last we'll ever hear of him.
Why should that explain it?
We've broken up his colony, imprisoned all his co-workers, and soon the Magic Island will be only a memory. G47 couldn't stand that.
Oh, you're wrong, Tex. I'm sure you're just as wrong as you can be. G47 has given his life to the study of science, and he'll never quit.
That part of it may be all right, but we'll never hear of him again, and that brings up another problem.
It brings up a good many, I think.
Oh, forget it, Pat. I didn't mean it that way. I was thinking that now these scientists are without a head, they've looked to G47 to lead them in all their work. Just how much are they going to accomplish without him?
I've thought of that, Tex. And I've asked a number of scientists and educators to take over the job, but none of them seem very keen about it.
We'll have to get someone.
The only chance is Professor Hubbard.
Sure, he'd be the ideal man, but he's in Europe.
No, he arrived in town today. I saw it in the Distinguished Arrivals column.
Is he here to stay?
No, vacationing, the article said.
And you expect a man of his reputation, who's probably taken the first vacation he's had in years, to step into a job such as the running of that institution?
I'm not lacking in nerve, anyhow. I sent a note to his hotel asking him to call tonight.
Well, you know him and I don't. You'll have to handle him.
And that reminds me. If you're going to try to call McLeod, you'd better do it now. The professor may be here any time.
Good idea, Pat. Poor old Mac must think it's a funny kind of life down there in that underwater city.
It's awfully lonesome for him. With just those two sailors out of the crew, waiting for weeks for another boat to come and take them off.
Yeah, but don't forget the pigs and the chickens and cows. Mac's got plenty of company.
Well, even so, it's not a pleasant job.
Of course it isn't, Pat. I was only joking. Mac's a grand guy, or he wouldn't have volunteered to stay there.
But I couldn't stand the thought of all those splendid animals being destroyed when we flood Euclidia.
And you did perfectly right, Tex. The Euclideans have developed domestic livestock to a fine point, and we'll be able to do a good deal with that collection.
In the meantime, I'd better try to get Mac. Bradford to McLeod. Bradford to McLeod. Gregory Home Station to Euclidia. Hello, Mac. Hello. Why should it take Mac so long to answer? I told him to be ready at this time every night.
Well, remember that he doesn't claim to be a radio engineer, and after all, we're 4,000 miles away from Euclidia. Don't expect him to operate that radio as well as Thales did.
No, that's the trouble. No one does anything as well as those blame Euclideans did it.
Hello, Captain Bradford. This is Angus McLeod calling Captain Bradford. Can you hear me, Captain?
You bet I can, Mac. Go right ahead with your report.
I have little to report. All is well.
He'd say that if the city was flooded.
Hasn't anything happened, Mac?
Not a single solitary thing.
No water leaking into the city from the island?
None. We found a half-dozen steel safety gates in the tunnel leading down from the island. We closed them, and there's no danger now.
Well, it's only about another 8 or 9 days, Mac, and that cattle boat will arrive there to pick you up.
Aye, Captain. I'll be ready for it. Is that all?
That's all.
Then if you'll excuse me, I'll get along to my pigs. Good night.
Night, Mac.
I wonder if Mac doesn't realize that conversation is free.
He sure treats it like an antique, but he gets his work done.
And instead of being lonesome, he's worrying about his pigs. Euclidia does funny things to people. Yes?
It's Joan and me, Mrs. Gregory.
Well, come in.
Jerry Hall, how many times have I told you to say it is Joan and I, not Joan and me?
Oh, okay, then. It's us.
That'll do nicely, Jerry.
What have you two been doing?
We have been enjoying ourselves.
You have.
Well, now what?
Well, we were supposed to go to a show after I took Joan through one of the big stores downtown, but we were still in the store at closing time. And what do you think we were doing?
Whatever it was, Joan looks like she enjoyed it.
It is very nice. I want Jerry to take me down there again tomorrow.
Oh, I will not.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what is it?
Well, Joan got started riding those blame escalators, and I couldn't get her off them.
Is that so funny?
Well, it wasn't funny to me after about the 200th time we rolled up and down.
You must have had quite a time, Jerry.
Yeah, I did.
I don't blame you a bit, Joan. I ride those things a lot more than I need to, just for fun.
There, you see, the captain likes to ride them.
Okay, then, okay. The next day you feel one of those up and down tours coming on. But the captain said...
Well, I wish I could have seen you. Oh, Joan, I'm so happy to have you back home and riding escalators in a store rather than elevators on Euclidia.
Yeah, sure a lot safer here.
Oh, gee. Golly whisk.
What is it, Jerry?
We forgot.
Oh, Jerry, so we did.
Something important?
Well, I don't know. But there's a funny-looking old man down in the living room.
A man in the living room,
Yes, Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry and I met him at the gate, and he said that you had asked him to call.
Professor Hubbard.
Sounds like it.
We mustn't keep him waiting. Come, Tex.
How about Jerry and Joan?
Oh, don't worry about us. We'll find something to do.
I wish we might ride those escalators again.
Oh.
No, I think you two should come along. The professor is a very interesting man, probably the outstanding scientist in the world today, and a man of whom I'm going to ask a very great favor.
Oh, sure. We'll be glad to go if you want us.
Well, then let's hurry and all go.
Should we not lock the door of this radio room?
Oh, Joan, dear, we're in Los Angeles now, not on Euclidia.
We had to be careful once, though, when Hollywood was full of Euclideans.
These are very beautiful stairs, Mother. But would it not be nice if they were...
Joan, if you ask your mother to put a moving stairway in here, I'll think of something to do to you.
Now, you two be quiet. You're going to meet an important man, and Mrs. Gregory is going to ask him
Quiet, Tex. Good evening, Professor Hubbard.
Mrs. Gregory.
Oh, I'm sorry you've been kept waiting, but the young people forgot to tell us you were here.
That is the usual penalty for age, is it not? To be forgotten by the young.
So good of you to come, Professor. This is Captain Bradford. Tex, Dr. Hubbard.
Heard a lot about you, Professor. This is a real pleasure.
That pleasure is mutual, Captain. I have long wanted to meet so able a scientist who was level-headed enough to think of other things occasionally.
May I present my daughter, Joan? We've just had Joan with us a short time.
You need not tell me of that, Mrs. Gregory. The story of your daughter's discovery on that unique island in the South Seas is common property. You are an interesting young lady, lovely as your mother. And to be interesting and lovely is an accomplishment.
And this is Jerry Hall.
You were one of the searching party, were you not, Jerry?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm not interesting or lovely, but I got as much fun out of it as the rest of them did.
Yes, you would. Well, Mrs. Gregory, It's a genuine pleasure to see you again, and I should like nothing better than to spend an evening talking about the days when my name was little known, and you generously financed an expedition for me. But the urgency in your note leads me to believe that this is more than a social call.
It is. And if you'll all make yourselves comfortable, I'd like to outline a plan I have, and then ask my favor of you.
Anything within my power?
You can't imagine the sort of favors I've learned to ask in the last few months. To begin at the beginning, we found this strange island with Joan safely living there. But these men, Euclideans they called themselves, were not too friendly. And knowing the captain had a formula that would give much to have, they made us prisoners, in the hope of securing the formula as ransom. Well, we managed to escape, however, and after several attempts, used the same formula to capture their underwater city.
I am aware of all that. Now, you have brought these Euclideans, as they choose to call themselves, back here under guard. Place them in an endowed institution where they may continue their almost fanatic pursuit of science. But you are making sure their discoveries are to be used only for good in the world. Is that correct?
Perfectly.
You seem well informed on this whole thing.
I am well informed. You may be surprised when you learn just how well informed I am. I know that your reason for inviting me to call here this evening was for the purpose of asking me to take charge of your scientific, shall we say, college.
How did you guess that?
It was hardly a guess. Your colony is without a head now. Those men need a leader, and you neglected the little matter of bringing their leader with you.
Tex, do you realize what the professor has just said?
Yes, but what's more important, I'm beginning to get an idea why he said it and how he knew all about this.
I am pleased with you, Captain Bradford. You think very rapidly. And unless I am much mistaken, the young people are wondering if certain characteristics of voice and manner are not familiar to them.
Jerry, do you?
Yeah, I do.
But you've been active in Europe all these years.
In my spare time, I have managed to be seen in scientific circles in Europe, that is true. But I spent little time there.
You are G47?
Yes. I am G47, head of Euclidia, and greatest scientist in the world.
Jerry, think of that.
My head won't work anymore. You think.
Well, Professor, you place us in a strange position. You realize, of course, that your identity as a professor is established. That it would be utterly impossible for us to prove that you were ever G47.
That is true.
This is all a little too much for me.
Well, look, why not let the professor, or G47, or whatever he wants to call himself, take charge of your college?
I think that is an excellent idea, Mother.
You hit it, Jerry. Regardless of the identity of this gentleman, he is the only man in the world who can get from that group of scientists the treasures they are capable of making.
I am glad you are so sensible. I will accept the position as head of this novel institution and will conduct its affairs to the best of my ability. One thing I must have understood. No one was ever harmed on Euclidia. And in the future, any of my people who desire to return to your society must be allowed to do so. As for myself, I had rather be a Euclidean than a free citizen of any country. Tomorrow morning, if you care to visit your scientific colony, you will find me working with the rest, and I will never leave without your permission. Good night. Good night. Good night.
He's gone, vanished as silently down that hall as he used to do on Euclidia.
You'll take the job and run your place to perfection.
That gave me a strange sensation.
Me too. There's something mighty powerful about that man.
Indeed there is, Jerry. There's something big about any man who will go into a prison of his own free will to be near the thing he loves, and G47 loves science.
The magic island of Euclidia is rapidly becoming just a memory to most of the world, as other news has taken the front pages of the papers and the headlines in the radio news broadcasts. But to Jerry Hall and Joan Gregory, and to Mrs. Patricia Gregory and Captain Tex Bradford, the magic island will always be a very real part of their lives, and they'll never forget their experiences there. Today, however, we find our four friends in very happy circumstances in Los Angeles, California. Jerry and Joan have taken Elaine Raleigh, the young Euclidean girl submarine commander, with them, and gone to the university, where they all took entrance examinations a week ago. Mrs. Gregory and Captain Bradford are in the living room of the Gregory home, waiting for the young people to arrive.
Well, Tex, this is just about the end of our adventure.
Looks like it, Pat. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes, fun. And danger, too. I wouldn't mind doing it all over again, after we get the youngsters safely in school.
What I can't figure out is how they expect to go to school together.
It's going to present a problem. But they seem to think they could work it out, and I left it entirely up to them.
Well, those three can work it out if anyone can. But it's a strange mixture. Elaine is 22 and Joan is 15. Neither of them have ever been inside a school. And Jerry has almost another year of high school to complete.
That is a weird trio for college freshmen, all right. But we'll see how they make out. One nice thing about all three of them. Whatever happens, they'll get along with the result.
They'll do. Some of the Euclideans didn't like the idea of Elaine going free and taking up her life in our world.
Well, they haven't any complaint. Elaine was an outcast. She didn't agree with all of their views, and she did help us. I wouldn't worry about the Euclidean opinion.
I'm wondering just how long we can keep that scientific college prison of yours under our thumbs.
I think that G47 will hold them in line as long as we can supply all the materials they want for their experiments and treat them kindly.
I hope you're right, but I have a feeling that one of these days we're going to hear more from them.
Tex, the light.
Radio room signal?
I think so. It was just a slight flash.
That would be McLeod. He isn't getting out any too well with that set on Euclidia.
Yes, there it is again.
Come on, Pat. We'd better go to the radio room.
And let's hurry. Something may have happened to Mac.
Nothing very serious, or he wouldn't be using the radio.
He should be on his way by now. That cattle road has been down there for 2 days.
2 days isn't a long time, Pat, when you figure that they're trying to take several hundred head of domestic animals and birds out through that airlock and load them into a boat.
Oh, I suppose not. But I thought they'd be on their way home by now.
We'll know in a minute.
Yes, the signal's working.
Not getting anything, though. Too weak. You'll have to use a relay and step it up a little. Will you please throw in the generator switch?
Oh, certainly.
Loading operation. Boat riding well. McLeod to Captain Bradford. McLeod calling the Gregory home station. Can you hear me? Hello, Bradford. Hello.
Okay, Mac, we're getting you fine. Go ahead.
Hello, Captain. I was just about to quit trying to reach you. The boat is loaded, and we're ready to sail. Have you got any special orders?
Not a thing. Did you take every one of the animals and birds out?
There's not even a mouse left alive in this deaf place.
Good work, Mac. Shove off for home when you're ready.
Are you sure this place will flood from one little airlock?
It will if you make sure all the doors connecting that lock with the underwater city are fastened open.
I'm taking no small chance on that. Me and the laddies have taken a welding outfit and welded every door in the place open.
Mac would do a good job, wouldn't he?
I'll say he would. Well, that's fine, Mac. And if you see anything of value in the way of scientific instruments and tools that are in portable cases and easy to handle, bring them along.
That's all taken care of, Captain. We've got everything on board that wasn't nailed down. Best of all, we found a cabinet full of the plans, drawings, and blueprints of everything in the place.
Great stuff, Mac. You've done your job well. Flood the place and leave, and good luck on the trip home.
Aye, Captain. We'll have nothing but good luck leaving this place behind. So long, laddie. We'll be seeing you soon.
Well, that's all over.
And Mac has done a splendid job of it.
He certainly has.
But what will we have for him to do when he gets home?
Nothing, I guess.
Now, Tex, you know that Mac and the old skipper won't be content to sit around and do nothing for very long.
And I suppose, to keep them happy, we'll have to dig up another wild expedition to some unheard-of place.
Probably, but not right away. Oh, I'd like to enjoy the peace and quiet of my home for a little while.
Well, I don't blame you. We've certainly been on the go for the last year.
That must be Jerry and Joan and Elaine at the door.
Thought you gave them a key.
I did, but Joan likes to ring those chimes.
I'll say she does. Funny if they'd fascinate her like that, after all the wonderful things she saw on the Magic Island.
Well, perhaps it's the novelty of finding a set of chimes like that in an ordinary home.
They're inside now.
Yes, sounds like it.
What was it you said about the peace and quiet of your home?
Are you here?
Yes, Joan, dear, in the radio room.
May we come in?
Come on in, kids.
Let's go back into the living room, Tex.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather stay here for a half an hour or so.
Why, Tex?
Well, just to be sure Mac gets off all right.
Oh.
If we don't hear from him in half an hour, we'll know that he's on board the boat and underway for home.
That's right.
Oh, Mother, we have had the most fun.
Well, Joan, dear, you...
Gee, Mrs. Gregory, guess what? Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello, Jerry. Joan?
Well, I haven't the least idea, Jerry.
No? We're all in college.
You are not in college, Jerry.
Well, I'm pretty near.
Now, suppose you two calm down and tell us one at a time.
All I've got to do is...
Children, please, one at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Suppose you started, Joan.
Very well, I will do so. Elaine, Jerry, and I went to the university to learn the results of our examinations for entrance. And I will be accepted at once.
Oh, that's splendid, Joan.
How about you, son?
Well, I'm practically accepted. Only I have to finish high school yet. And, I've got to take a special 3-month course. Then I go in with Joan as a freshman.
Oh, that's fine, Jerry. You must have had very high marks in your high school subject.
He did. The gentleman who spoke to us at the university said that Jerry was an exceptionally bright young man.
There you are, Jerry.
Well, didn't I always say I was pretty good?
You say that far too much.
It might be just as well to let someone else say it, Jerry. But you do seem to have justified your opinion of yourself.
What did they think about you, Joan?
They found it most unusual.
Boy, they sure did. We had a hard time making them believe that Joan had never been inside of a school of any kind and was only 15 years old when she passed every test they could think of to give her for the college entrance.
You can't blame them for being skeptical.
Hey, wait a minute here. Where's the rest of your party?
Good heavens, I didn't even notice. Where is Elaine?
Oh, she's still trying to get into college.
Elaine couldn't pass the examination.
On the contrary, the professors could find no examinations to give her.
I'll say they couldn't. She answered their questions faster than they could write them down.
Oh, that must have been very funny.
I'll bet it was at that. Elaine examining the professors.
That did indeed take place.
Really, Joan?
Yeah, those professors are swell guys.
Why, Jerry, a professor is not a guy.
These professors were regular guys, and when they found out that they couldn't ask Elaine anything she didn't know, they asked her to question them. And when we left, she was having plenty of fun with them.
I'd have given anything to see that. But what is she going to do about it?
They agreed to allow her to attend certain of the classes, which she wanted to do, in order to familiarize herself with our manner of education and our social customs.
Good idea. There will be a good atmosphere for Elaine.
Yes. She'll soon get entirely away from those Euclidean mannerisms and be much more comfortable in our world.
Well, we didn't want to leave her out there alone, but, well, the science prof said he'd bring her home safe and sound.
I think we have need for no fear for Elaine's safety.
Guess not, unless the college kidnapped her.
They sure liked her.
And now, our 3 young adventurers will have to be quiet students.
Yep, looks like it.
Jerry may be a student, but he will never be quiet.
I guess you're right there, Joan.
Say, how's Mac getting along down at the island?
We just talked to him. He's nearly ready to shove off.
And he will destroy Euclidia before he leaves?
Yes, Joan. We decided that was best. Mac will turn the ocean into that place and flood it thoroughly. It seems too bad to destroy all the work G-47 and his men put in there. We were afraid that those underwater caves would offer too much of a chance to criminals if they weren't flooded.
Well, they could pump them out and use them again.
Not very easy, Jerry. It would be almost impossible to locate enough machinery down there for that job without being caught at it. They'd need a fleet of big boats around there for months, and it would cost millions.
I think we're safe enough from that. Well, what can we do with ourselves now?
Jerry and I have planned to spend much of our time studying for his examination.
You're going to study for his examination?
Yeah, she's going to help me. And then we're going to spend an hour every day in G-47's laboratory at the new scientific colony.
I'm not so sure about that. What do you think, Tex?
I don't see how there could be any harm in it.
There is no danger. Do not forget that G-47 has gone there of his own free will.
Oh, sure, it's all right.
I suppose so. Only I'll never get over a feeling of fear and uncertainty where those Euclideans are concerned.
We visited G-47 on our way home.
Today?
Yes. He has invited us to spend an hour a day with him. And he has promised to show us his finest experiments before he gives them to anyone else.
That's all right, isn't it, Tex?
As far as I can see, though you two will have to be mighty careful not to give any of the secrets away. After all, we want to be able to turn anything of value over to the government.
Oh, sure, we know all about that. But G-47 is going to give us the formulas for some of the things that we can sell and make money on. And we promised him that we'd put all the money in the bank for the Euclideans.
You did exactly right, Jerry. Texas planned to sell the formula for the soundproof paint to the moving picture and radio studios, and the television instruments also. And all of this money is to be used to support the new Euclidean colony, under our jurisdiction, of course.
I was very doubtful of your experiment at first, Mother, as the Euclideans were so independent. But since they have understood that they may do as they please in their new home, I believe they will remain happy and contented.
I think so. And we've done a good job.
We certainly have, Tex.
Yeah, it's been a long time since that first night when I came here and asked you to take me with you when you went to look for Joan and the Magic Island.
It's really not so long, Jerry. Only a few months. But so much has happened to us that it seems longer than that.
Jerry, I think it is time to tell them of your surprise.
Well, can you leave this radio room now?
I guess we could, but we'd have to stay in the living room where we can watch the radio signals.
Oh, couldn't you get Johnson or somebody to stay here for a while?
Well, of course we could, Jerry, if there was any reason for us to leave the house.
I would like it, Mother, very much.
What is all this?
Well, Joan and I are going to be on the radio tonight.
You are?
Yes, Mother. We have been asked to tell something about our experiences on the Magic Island and down in Euclidia.
Well, that's good, but you don't need us along. Pat and I'll stay here and listen to your broadcast.
Well, we thought maybe you'd better come along so we didn't say the wrong thing.
We won't worry about that.
Of course not. You two go along whenever you get ready, and we'll hear from you here. And when you get home, we might have a party ready for you.
Oh, Mother, you two have a surprise?
Yes, dear. Tex and I are giving a little party for you and Jerry tonight.
You've earned it, both of you.
Oh, Jerry, that will be nice, will it not?
Will it? Golly, whisk.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century. And the shower of silver dollars from Popsicle Pete's money box. Buck Rogers, who was held in suspended animation for 500 years and is now adventuring in the amazing world of the 25th century. By turning a little dial to project us ahead in time, we're able to be right with Buck and his friends in the wonderful world of the future. A world that sees a lot of our scientific and mechanical dreams come true. You know, there's nothing supernatural or mystic about Buck. He's just an ordinary, normal human being who keeps his wits about him. But he certainly manages to get into one thrilling adventure after another. Right now, he and Wilma and Dr. Hewer are getting ready to start on an expedition toward the center of the Earth in a huge machine called the Mechanical Mole. They're standing beside it on the landing field of the great municipal spaceport in Niagara, capital of 25th century America. Let's join them. Here we go, 500 years into the future. What's holding us up, Dr. Hewer? I thought we were going to get started on our trip underground just as soon as we got out here.
Sergeant Karlborg is bringing some weapons and scientific equipment over from the main rocket ship hangar.
Weapons?
Oh, yes, Doctor. What possible use for weapons can we have deep under the earth?
Well, you never can tell. We've got to be prepared for everything. Karlborg is also bringing instruments that will enable us to analyze whatever sort of ground we run into down there. Also, gas analyzer.
What's that for?
I should be at all surprised if we'd run into some great open spaces miles below. Gas or air pockets.
Gas pockets, anyway. Sources for the natural gas we use here on the surface.
Exactly.
I see. But now explain this machine to me, will you? All I can tell from seeing it here is that it looks like a huge metal sausage.
Well, it's made of flexo-impervium, Wilma, the toughest flexible metal known.
But how does it work? How does it dig its way into the ground?
It melts its way down, Wilma, with the help of a thermic radiation projector. The heat from it will liquefy anything in its path. Rocks, stones, gravel, almost instantaneously.
Some heat.
Yes. The banks of non-recoil energy projectors that are spaced all around the outside of the house will push the mold forward through the melted ground.
Will we be able to see anything through the big metallo-glass windows there in front?
Oh, yes, indeed.
And are they really thick enough?
Well, there won't be much strain on them, Wilma, because the force rays will keep pushing the melted dirt away from them all the time.
Oh. Well, now how about getting into the control cabin so I can see how to operate it?
All right. Notice that this metal door arrangement is rather complicated in order to permit entrance through 3 separate hulls. Here now. There.
Why 3 hulls, Doctor?
For protection against the extreme temperatures we may encounter.
Right. Doctor, didn't you say that the temperature will increase about 1 degree for every 53 feet we go down?
Yes, that's the generally accepted figure. One of the many things we'll be able to check on.
There isn't much room in this control cabin. Seems to me that in a machine 50 or 60 feet long...
Power unit for the non-recoil energy projectors and thermic radiation projector. Complete air conditioning and pressure equalizing system. Storage cabinets for all the scientific equipment. They all take a lot of room, Wilma.
Oh, sure. But now, why these straps on the control seat?
To enable us to stay in them regardless of the angle at which we're ascending or descending.
And precious use. What do we ever use these for?
Exploring any open spaces there may be down below.
Note the instrument panel here, Wilma. Pressure gauge, depth gauge, temperature, size. Yes?
Got the other equipment, Carlborg?
Yes, sir.
Right here, sir. Oh, good.
Listen.
What's the matter?
Spy. My men just caught a spy over there by the main hangar.
What's this?
He has a telemagnetic recorder.
You mean one of those cameras for recording pictures on a sensitized wire?
Yes, sir.
Well, who is he? What's he look like?
Well, he looks just like a perfectly respectable Martian tourist, Captain.
A Martian?
But he wouldn't say why he was so anxious to take pictures, so I had the boys hold on to him.
That old rascal Black Barney.
Barney? What's he got to do with it?
Oh, did you tell her about that, son?
No, I guess it slipped my mind.
Well, then tell me now.
Well, Dr. Hewer first got to thinking about this mechanical mole up on Jupiter, where Barney helped us capture Cain and Ardela.
Yeah?
And he told Barney about his plan. Well, you know Black Barney.
He decided he'd have to build one, too.
Right. Told Dr. Hewer that the minute he got back to Mars, he'd begin construction of it. Provided Dr. Hewer would tell him how to get started with it.
No, I just joshed a little, Wilma. I told him that if he wanted to know how I was going to build the mole, he'd have to find out himself. And that I'd do everything possible to keep him from finding out.
Well, then he sent the man with the camera.
Sure, and he isn't the first spy who's been around.
Well, I wonder if Barney's making any progress with his mechanical mole.
Well, apparently, yes. Our president attended a meeting of the Council on Interplanetary Affairs there on Mars not long ago, and Barney said he was not only building the biggest and most powerful mole in the universe, but that he'd have it in operation before we'd finish with this.
Good old Barney. Leave it to him.
Yes. Well, then, I guess this spy ain't as serious as I thought.
Look, I'll tell you what you do, Cobb.
Yes, Captain.
Do you still have that little dog of yours, the one you call Tag-Along?
I sure do, Captain. Why, he's the finest mixed-breed thoroughbred.
Well, where is this Martian camera?
Why, right in my office at the main rocket ship hangar.
Well, then, you get hold of your dog and expose the whole reel of sensitized wire in the camera on Tag-Along digging holes in the ground.
You mean it, sir?
Yep. Then send the man and his camera back to Mars.
Okay, Captain, whatever you say.
If Barney wants pictures of a mechanical mole, we'll see that he gets them.
That's terrific.
Well, now, let's close this metal door. These metal doors and get underway.
All right. Sergeant, we'll be in touch with you by radio from time to time. And please radio the president's office that we've started.
Yes, sir, Doctor. And be careful way down there, will you, please?
Careful?
Yes, sir. You folks are starting out in this contraption just as calm as if you were flying a rocket ship out into space.
Well,
I'd be sort of scared.
Oh, what's there to be scared about, Carlborg?
I don't know, but be careful anyways, will you, please?
Yes, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Carlborg.
Bye, Carlborg. Now, travel on the surface, of course, we just use the power of the non-recoil energy projector, like this.
Say, we're moving right along.
Yes, sir. There's plenty of power in this thing.
Well, we'll need it when we start going down into the ground. Suppose I turn on the thermic radiation projector and head us down at about a 20-degree angle.
Okay by me.
Me too.
Well, then here we go.
Boy, that heat ray really does the job.
Just say so.
Turns the ground into a boiling liquid.
I'll bet the heat trauma can be felt for hundreds of feet around.
What?
I bet the heat trauma can be felt for hundreds of feet around.
What did you say?
I said it's hot out there.
Lady, you certainly have a powerful pair. Hey, wait, Doctor.
I just cut off the power box. And you see this gauge? We're down over 100 feet.
Well, what's that noise?
Sounds like steam blowing off. Something wrong in the power compartment?
No, Wilma. We've run into a stratum of water sand, that's all.
Oh.
The heat rays turn the water into steam.
No telling what we may run into down here, is there? No.
It's really kind of risky, isn't it?
Rather go back and let Dr. Hewer and me finish the trip?
Not on your life.
Well, here we go again. Now, somewhere down here, according to soundings taken on the surface...
Yeah?
There's a deep... Look through the metallo glass window.
Yes, Doctor?
The color of the melted stuff out there indicates we're right in the middle of it now.
In the middle of what, sir?
A deep layer of solid granite.
We're going through solid granite?
That's right, Wilma. And with no effort at all.
No, sir, Doctor.
What?
According to this gauge here, we're stopped.
Stopped?
Yes, sir. We haven't moved for the last 10 or 15 seconds.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't you see, Doctor?
Oh, you're right, Doc. We didn't move an inch.
Then back us out, Doctor. Back us up to the surface again.
I can't, Wilma. This machine can't move backwards.
What?
But I don't understand why a little granite should hold us this way.
When we turned off the heat ray, Doctor, it solidified around our hull.
Yes, you're right.
Well, can we get free again?
Is that heat ray all she'll take, Doctor?
Yes.
More heat. We haven't begun to move yet.
There now. Down full.
Direct the heat back alongside our hull.
Yes, Doc. There now.
Still not moving.
There we are. Now we're moving again.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
You see, it was necessary to melt down all the granite that had solidified around our hull.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen again. I don't mind telling you I was worried for a minute then.
Well, we're moving along now, all right. Really making time.
Yes. I doubt, Wilma, if we'll run into any straighter as hard as that again.
I hope not. How far down are we now?
Must be several hundred feet, Wilma.
Sure, because we're certainly traveling. Ground down here must be sort of loosely put together.
Perhaps we're in an air pocket of some sort. The depth gauge...
Hey, look.
Yes?
The heat ray usually shows red out there. Now there are a lot of little bluish puffs of flame.
Buck's right. They shoot out like long blue ribbons. Air pocket, did you say?
Oh, sir, we're running into a gas pocket.
Gas?
Why, yes.
But what if it all catches fire?
Sir, if there's oxygen present down
The
here...
heat ray will be like a match inside a big gas tank.
You're right.
Look, blue flames all around us.
Gas pocket's going to explode.
Good heavens.
Look!
Here it comes. That sounds pretty bad. The heat from the thermic radiation projectors made that gas pocket they ran into explode. They're deep, deep underground, beyond the reach of help. But now stand by for a few words from your favorite announcer, and then we'll rejoin Buck and his friends. Now let's get back to the world of the future. When Buck, Wilma, and Dr. Hewer started on their expedition underground in the mechanical mole, Sergeant Carborg, following orders and having no idea what might happen down there, went back to the main rocket ship hangar to contact the President's office by radio. It's there that we find him now as we turn the dial that'll project us ahead in time. Here we go, 500 years into the future. Central Radio Bureau. Sergeant Carlberg calling Central Radio Bureau.
Central Radio Bureau. Stratton speaking.
Now listen, Stratton. I've got to get an important message through to the office of the President.
Yes?
Captain Rogers and Lieutenant Wilmer and Dr. Hewer have just took off on their expedition under the ground in the mechanical mole. Ain't that something?
Yes, it certainly is. Did it sort of sudden, didn't they?
Well, they didn't want a lot of people around who might have gotten burned by the big heat ray in the nose of that machine.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll get that message.
And you know, they took off in that big machine just as calm and collected as if it was nothing at all.
Well, that's the way those folks are. I better get that message.
Oh!
Hey, what was that?
I don't know. It knocked me right off my chair onto the floor. Some incoming rocket ship must have banged into the side of this hangar.
Oh, there it goes again.
I'll go out and see what it is. I'll call you back and tell you.
No, wait a minute.
But maybe a ship was cracked up out there.
Well, if that's all it was, why should I feel it over here? I'm miles away from that spaceport of yours.
You mean you felt it too?
Well, like an earthquake. This whole building shook.
No. Listen. Clotten.
Yeah? Now, what's the matter? Municipal spaceport? Calling municipal spaceport. Carborg!
Municipal spaceport. Yeah, Carborg.
Central Scientific Bureau speaking. Our seismographs have just registered a tremendous subterranean explosion.
I knew it.
Approximately 2 miles under the surface of your main landing field. Hello?
Captain Rogers.
Hello.
Calling Captain
Scientific
Rogers
Bureau?
in Mechanical Mole.
Hello,
Calling
Carborg.
Captain Rogers.
Carborg.
Dr. Hewer.
Hello, Scientific Bureau.
Hello? Rogers.
This is Stratton, Center Radio Bureau. Yes? Dr. Hewer's mechanical mole is down there. What? The mechanical mole? Something must have happened to it. Good heavens. Is there any way of contacting it down there? Is it radio equipped? Oh, Carborg's trying to get them now. Can you hear him? Carborg. Sergeant Carborg.
Doctor, I can see what's happened. It's down there under the ground, and the mechanical mole is blown up with that inside of it.
Carborg. Did they take a straight course down into the ground?
I don't know what they did. It's too late to save them now. They're killed. This is horrible. This is horrible. I should never let them get down there. An awful machine. It's a death machine. That's what it is.
There's only one way to reach that mechanical mole, or what's left of it, with a long-range disintegrator. Disintegrator? Yes, by blasting away a long shaft straight into the ground. But the sides of a shaft that deep will cave in. Call out the Rocket Fleet Emergency Squad. Have them circle the area we're going to disintegrate in order to hold back the sides of it with long-range, non-recoil energy projectors. Okay. I'll take care of notifying the President's office of what's happened from here. Yes, sir. I'll go to it. No. Wait. Yes? Order an interplanetary transport ship made ready and equipped with the most powerful gravity ray available. To pull them all up to the surface when you got a shaft down to it, eh? That's right. Now, get going. Right, sir. Carborg.
Yes,
Sergeant Carborg.
Speaking.
Have your ground crew erect standard framework number 3X5 directly above the spot where the mechanical mole descended immediately.
Oh, what's the use of that? That's a disintegrator framework.
The only possible chance we have of reaching the people trapped in that machine down there is by disintegrating our way down to them.
It's too late.
What?
It's exploded within minutes. It's too late.
Do as I tell you. The sooner we can get that giant disintegrator going, the better our chance of saving them.
Saving them? It's too late. I tell you, they're lost. They're lost down there. It's too late. All right, now. Turn that disintegrator off. Stop this.
Presenting the adventures of Flash Gordon and Jungle Jim. Last week, Flash Gordon reconciled Dale Arden with his explanation of why he kissed Azura. And Dr. Zarkov, the scientist, declared they would hold the Witch Queen as hostage until they could bring Tal to terms. Back at the palace, Tal sees Khan running toward the castle from the hills and rides out to capture him. But Khan, with a ray pistol, captures Tal and forces him to break his sword. Then the two men fight hand-to-hand in a battle to the finish. Tiring of all this danger and uncertainty, Dale Arden tries to persuade Flash to leave Mongo and return to the Earth. But Flash, with victory apparently within his grasp, refuses. At that moment, a blue magic scout patrol overtakes them, and Queen Azura surprises them all by declaring Flash Gordon king of Kira and the cave world. However, the patrol commander warns them that in their absence, Tal has seized the throne. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story.
So Tal receives the throne, has he? The ingrate, I'll have his life for this.
And I'll settle once and for all with that fellow.
It will take some planning, lads.
Remember, he has control of the palace and the fortifications.
Yes, Flash. We're on the outside looking in. There must be some way of overthrowing this treacherous despot.
What's the matter with charging suddenly at night with the forces I have at my command here?
It might work.
My king, if I may be so bold, my patrol will be as nothing against the guns of the entrance gate.
I suppose you're right.
Of course the captain is right, Flash. We must do it some other way.
Wait, Captain.
My queen,
Where does Tall think I am?
he thinks you are dead, your majesty. He is certain that you and King Flash died in the tunnel of the Death Dwarf.
So that is why he seized the throne. Well, all is not lost then.
What do you mean?
Tall only seized the throne because he thought me dead. He was quite right in doing so, for if he hadn't acted immediately, a civil war might have broken out.
Well?
Don't you see? As soon as he learns that I am not dead, he will relinquish the throne.
Well, then forward to Azora's palace.
Meanwhile, back on the plains before the palace walls, Tall and Khan fight hand to hand for supremacy. Not a word do they speak as they exchange blows. Only their labored breathing and a grunt from one or the other is heard as a punch finds its way to a vital spot. Suddenly, Tall breaks through the tyrant Khan's guard. Khan falls backward. Tall straightens up, wiping the sweat and blood from his brow as a squad of soldiers ride up.
At last I put you out of the way.
General, Your Majesty, are you all right?
Yes, this fellow and Flash Gordon are dead. We can't have any worries from them.
Yes, that's right, Your Majesty.
How did this Khan get the pistol with which he held me up?
One of the sentries on the top tower said he saw another figure with the ex-prisoner going towards the hills a while ago, Your Majesty.
Then that explains it. Khan was rescued by his friend, that earth wizard, Zarkov.
But we haven't seen any sign of Zarkov, Your Majesty.
Oh, he must have gotten by you somehow, fool.
But he couldn't have, Your Majesty.
We'll see about that. Come back to the palace. Squad forward. Gallop. Bugler, sound the signal for the letting down of the drawbridge. Squad, patrol this gateway. I shall go in the palace. And remember, this time I'm to have a signal no matter who comes within range of your vision. Well, guard. What happened to you?
Your Majesty, it wasn't my fault.
What wasn't your fault?
The girl.
What girl?
Tiranna. Rode up to the gate and asked to be taken to Flash Gordon. I started to lead her to the captain of the guards.
Yes.
When my rifle was snatched from my hand and I was attacked.
The girl. So that's how Khan got free, eh?
No, Your Majesty.
Well?
I heard that Earth scientist's voice, although I couldn't see him.
That Earth wizard. Some more of his magic. He was invisible like Flash Gordon.
Yes, Your Majesty. When I came to, I was stuffed into a closet and all bound and gagged.
Yes.
My comrades just found me.
Good. I'm glad you were saved in time.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
So Zarkov and Dale Arden are still alive, eh? Men, scour the lane for them. Bring in their heads.
There's your palace, Azora. But what are the soldiers patrolling in front of it for?
I don't know. That's odd.
It must be some of Tao's orders.
Oh, Flash, we're going to be taken prisoner again.
Now, don't worry, Dale. We're in no danger anymore.
I see a rider coming from the palace. Perhaps we'd better stop and find out what's happened.
All right. Somebody, halt!
Major,
Your Majesty?
meet that rider and find out what is happening in the castle.
At once, Your Majesty.
The captain said the army was loyal to me. We shall see.
Why do you doubt him, Azora?
I don't know. That might well have been true when he left the palace. But things have happened so suddenly lately. The loyalty of the soldiers may have swung to General Tall.
The Major has met the rider.
They are motioning towards us.
Then pointing back to the palace.
What can he be saying?
The Major's coming back. We'll know in a minute.
It the army has deserted me, I don't know what will happen.
Well, the soldiers might turn on us and kill us right here.
Please don't worry, Dale. Zarkov and I will stand them off if we have to.
You bet we will, lad.
Come, Zarkov. Let's go and meet that rider and get the news.
A very good idea. If it is bad news, we can see that it does not get out.
Well, Major, what's the news? The ex-prisoner Khan has been killed, Your Majesty. Poor Khan. That's terrible.
He was a brave and loyal soldier.
And Tarl has issued orders that his men are to scour the country for Dr. Zarkov and Dale Arden. These soldiers patrolling the gate are watching for you, Dr. Zarkov.
Ah, he thinks you are dead, lad, along with the Queen.
Yeah? Well, here's where we pull him.
How?
You'll see. Azora, Dale.
Yes.
Come here, please. Zarkov, those soldiers are going to let us in the castle without a challenge.
You called us?
What is it, Flash?
Tarl thinks you and I are dead, Azora.
Oh.
He has issued orders to capture Zarkov and Dale here.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Hold on, Azora. That's just what we're going to let him do.
What?
Azora and I will wear robes borrowed from the soldiers. Zarkov, you, and Dale will ride at the head of the column. The guards will be so glad to see you they won't notice us. As soon as we get inside the gate, we'll throw off the robes and take possession of the throne.
What is that, guard?
The country gate, Your Majesty. Zarkov and Dale Arden have been sighted approaching at the head of a couple of scouts.
They have been captured? Good, excellent. See if they are brought here directly.
Gentlemen, rejoice. The Queen lives.
What's that you say, Major?
The Queen lives, saved by Flash Gordon. She's coming here directly.
She can't be alive. She can't be. I am king. I'll kill her.
Quiet, fool. You speak treason.
Treason, is it? If this be treason, I'll make the most of it.
You'll take this. Death to the traitor. Long live Queen Azora.
What has happened here?
Look, Tarl lying on the floor. He must be dead.
Is Tarl dead?
Forgive me, O Queen, but he wanted to kill you. So I shot him down.
Oh, there is nothing to forgive, Major. You did your duty, and you shall be rewarded. And now, soldiers, salute your king, Flash Gordon. It is my wish and my command.
Present arms.
Thank you, men. Dismissed. Azora, I have great plans for your kingdom.
I'm sure you have, Flash.
The very first thing we must do is construct a spaceship of some kind and take a good look at the kingdom as a whole. It would take much too long by horseback.
A splendid idea, Flash, but there's no one in my kingdom who knows anything about ships of the air.
Never mind, Azora. Zarkov here knows everything about everything.
Well, not everything.
So tomorrow we'll start building the spaceship. And in the meantime, Dale.
Yes, Flash?
You and I are going to take a walk. Come along.
Flash,
Yes, Dale?
tell me something. Did you like that kiss Azora gave you?
Yes, Dale, I did.
Oh.
I liked it because it meant her friendship. It meant that this bloody business was at an end. That I had won my kingdom and the right to marry you. I love you, Dale.
And I love you, Flash, more than life itself.
Dale, darling, come here. And before you ask, let me tell you that I like that kiss better than Azora's. And I don't think you need to ask why. After a time, Dr. Zarkov completes the building of the spaceship. With the entire army drawn up and Queen Azura present to see them off, Zarkov, Dale, and Flash climb aboard.
Everything is ready, Flash.
Good. You're sure you won't come with us, Azura?
I prefer to stay on the ground, Flash. But I hope you have a nice trip and get a good survey of our kingdom.
I'll do my best. Well, goodbye for a while, Azura.
Goodbye.
Come, Dale.
Stand back, everyone. Here we go.
Bye.
Goodbye. 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 It feels good to be in the air again.
You bet it does. Don't you think so, Dale?
Yes, Flash. But where are we heading, Dr.
I am
Zarkov?
going to test the ship for altitude. Then we will just cruise over the kingdom and map it for Azura.
Goodness, how quickly the palace disappeared.
Yes. This is a much faster machine than the rocket ship, isn't it, Zarkov?
Much faster, lad. It was a good thing we managed to salvage the instruments from the old wreck of Ming's spaceship. We can calculate our position by them and my new directograph.
This ship is certainly well equipped. Why, we can do all the mapping and surveying on this one flight.
Yes, lad. It will certainly save time and energy. What is the reading on that dial?
500. What does that mean?
Flash, we are going 500 miles per hour. No one has ever attained that speed in the air before.
Why, it doesn't seem as though we're moving at all.
Well, that's because we haven't any stationary objects to indicate our speed, Dale. Watching trees and poles fly past would make you more conscious of the rate we're traveling.
Flash, what was that?
Huh?
We seem to be falling.
So we are. Zarkov, do something.
Yes, yes. Why, the controls refuse to work. And look at the dial. The speed is increasing. 650. 700. 750. 900. 1,000.
We're falling at 1,000 miles an hour. Oh, Flash.
Don't be frightened, Dale, darling. I'm with you.
Oh, but we'll be killed.
Well, let's hope not, Dale. Can't you do something, Zarkov?
Yes, I'm trying. Let me look at the directograph.
Oh, Flash, this is awful.
Never mind, dear, never mind. Be brave. Well, Zarkov, where will we land?
Just a minute. I want to be sure.
Sure of what, Dr. Zarkov?
We have, Flash Dale. We have left the gravitational influence of the planet Mungo.
Oh, what will become of us?
Where are we heading?
We are now being drawn towards the Earth.
The Earth?
Yes.
But whereabouts on the Earth, Zarkov?
I don't know.
The spaceship is hurtling toward the Earth completely out of control. Where will Flash Gordon and Dale Arden and Dr. Zarkov land, and what will happen to them? These amazing adventures which you have just heard dramatized are only one of the many thrilling features to be found in the Comic Weekly section of the Hearst newspaper next Sunday. For besides Flash Gordon, you will find that other daring American adventurer, Jungle Jim. What a thrill is waiting for you each Sunday as Jungle Jim's mysterious adventures in Malaysia, way down at the southernmost tip of Asia, are brought to you in the Comic Weekly. Then, of course, you don't want to miss those wonderful poster stamps drawn especially for you by real artists and printed in full colors every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. If you are not already saving these stamps, be sure and start next Sunday and become a full-fledged member of the new Poster Stamp Collectors Club. The official album of the Poster Stamp Collectors Club is now available at all leading stores. And now goodbye until next week at the same time when we will be back with another chapter in the amazing adventures of Flash and Jungle Jim.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
This is the night Henry Miller, the Nazi atom man, threatened to destroy every man, woman, and child in Metropolis by drowning. While all police authorities, aided by the Army, guard every inch of the city's waterways, and Superman hovers high in the heavens, searching for the deadly foe who has twice brought him close to death, Miller, unseen by anyone, is slipping through the dark woods in the hills above Metropolis, bent on shattering the dam holding back the water in the city's gigantic billion-gallon reservoir and engulfing Metropolis. It is almost 8 o'clock, and the citizens, unaware of the fate hanging over their heads, are mystified by the great searchlights sweeping the river and canal, and the multitude of grim, armed men who patrol the banks. In Perry White's office at the Daily Planet, the gray-haired editor, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane are tense with nervous excitement. Listen.
What time does it get to be night, Miss Lane?
What time?
Yeah, what hour?
I don't exactly know, Jim.
When it gets dark, of course. Why?
Oh, the Atom Man said when it's night...
He said.
He's going to drown all of us like rats. And it's dark out now,
Oh, Jim, stop it.
But he said
Will you quit that he said business? For the last 24 hours, all I've heard is he said.
But
We know what he said, so stop repeating it. And anyway, I don't believe it.
You don't?
No. The police and the army are guarding every foot of the canal and the river. And the reservoirs, too. Even if Miller has some kind of atomic power, he won't be able to get close enough to use it. He'll be shot.
But what if he's disguised? Nobody will know him.
Everyone has been barred from the vicinity of the canal and the river. They've been told on the radio and in the papers that anyone disobeying the order will be shot on sight. So if Miller shows his Nazi face, he'll be taken care of in a hurry.
But he doesn't have to get close. Mr. Kent says he can shoot his atomic power from a couple of 100 yards away.
Good heavens.
Now, it's Mr. Kent says. Confounded old son, if we live through this night, I'm going to have Poco fried you in oil and serve you up for breakfast as a can plate. I mean a pancake.
Jim would be an awfully stringy pancake.
We won't be having any breakfast tomorrow.
Oh, why won't we?
Because we'll all be...
We won't be anything of the kind. And if you think so, you freckle-faced crepe hanger, what are you hanging around here for? Why don't you get on the train and go where you'll be safe?
Well, nothing doing. You and Miss Lane are staying here, and everyone else, well, so am I. I'm not running away from any dirty Nazi.
That's the way to talk, Jim.
Oh, of course, Jimmy boy. That's the way we all feel. We've been together a long time, and if this is the end, though mind you, I don't believe it, we'll see it through together.
Of course we will, Chief.
You bet.
The four of us. Where's Kent?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him all afternoon.
Oh, he's probably hiding under his bed.
Now, that's not true, Miss Lane. Mr. Kent's as brave as you are. Why, I'll bet he's out looking for the Atom Man right now.
Nor on a plane headed for California.
He is not. Didn't he find out about the Atom Man in the first place and risk his life going to Sidney's house? And besides...
Stop it,
I
both of you.
wasn't kidding, Jim. We're all nervous, and if we can get off our minds on what may happen... Listen, what's that?
It's the insurance tower chimes. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, golly. Maybe at any minute.
Jim...
Now relax, both of you. We never showed the white feather to the Nazis before, and we're not going to do it now.
Their nerves on edge, Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane wait for disaster. Every moment drags like an hour. The smallest sound rings like the crack of doom. Meanwhile, high above the tent city, Superman streaks through the dark sky, his keen eyes searching the river below for the Atom Man.
No sign of Miller yet. Oh, if only I knew where he planned to strike. I'd better have another look along the canal. Away! No, he's not here. Oh, where is he? Threatened to drown the city. So he must plan to blast the riverbanks or destroy the canal and let the sea pour in or explode the reservoir system. But I haven't been able to spot him anywhere. Well, back along the river again. I must find him. Oh, there's still no sign. Wait. On that roof down there. A man! No! No, it's not Miller. Huck! Huck! Oh, where is he? If I can only take him by surprise and tear that converter off his throat. It controls his power. Then I can handle him. But I've got to do it before he lets loose with that deadly lightning. I've got to find him. Away!
Wheeling and turning like some great fish, the Man of Steel resumes his patrol of the river and canal, widening his range to examine all routes nearby, then rocketing away to circle the series of reservoirs which descend in ever-widening lakes from the distant Blue Hills to the very doorstep of the city. But in order to patrol as much territory as possible, he narrows his range to 200 yards of each objective, and so he fails to see the Atom Man in dark clothes and cap, slipping stealthily from tree to tree through the black woods, still a half-mile from the giant reservoir which, protected by a great concrete dam, looms like a mammoth basin above the city. And as the Atom Man approaches on his deadly mission, two unsuspecting guards, Joe Mitchell and Ed Terrace, pause after completing a circular tour of the huge silvery reservoir lake.
Seems quiet as ever around here, Joe. Why do you suppose we got orders to watch out sharp tonight?
Can't imagine, Ed. But something's up. Look at all them searchlights down there along the river and canal.
Yeah, just like during the war. And they were expecting an air raid. Now the war's over.
Of course it is. Ain't no more saboteurs around. We got to watch out for.
Well, we got to watch out for somebody. That's what the order said. Somebody who might try to blow up the dam.
Nobody better try that. I've got my family down there in Metropolis.
My boy and his wife live there, too. Hey, what's that?
What?
I just saw some lights across the water. There they go again.
Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, those are the Army boys signaling to each other. Sam Lawrence told me they're on patrol all the way up to the Blue Hills.
Yeah, if you ask me, someone's got the wind up about something that ain't gonna happen.
That's what I think, too. What we gotta do as we're told. Should we go round again, Ed?
Yeah, might as well. While we're walking and standing still.
What's that noise?
I don't know. Hey, Hey, look, Joe. Button's are nice and flat.
What? Where?
Coming out of the woods. You see?
Jerusalem. Looks like lightning. Green lightning. But it can't be.
Of course it can't. Lightning don't make that hissing sound. And look, it keeps going in a straight line.
Yeah. And it's heading for the dam. Start going, mighty. Look at that hole in through the ground. Ed, what is it?
I don't know. It's moving up to the dam now. Good Lord, if it hits the dam, that water's going to pour down and wash Metropolis off the map.
Panic-stricken, the two guards watched the strange forked green lightning leap from the dark woods and like devil's fingers probe its way toward the huge dam, exploding monstrous craters wherever it hits the earth. The Atom Man is about to make good his threat. Where is Superman? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But right now, here's Dan McCullough to talk about the collecting of comic buttons.
You know, these days when it gets dark so early and you can't play outside, you members of the gang are having more and more time to work on your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. You can sort over your buttons and count up how many different ones you've collected and pin them in different arrangements on your dress or jacket or cap. And you can be making plans to trade duplicates with your pals, too. Boy, that's swell fun. You'll want to collect all 18 of them. So ask Mom to get you more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these slick new buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. Just look inside the Pep package for your prize. One of these exciting new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
As the deadly Atom Man hidden in the dark woods begins flashing his atomic power toward the giant billion-gallon reservoir above Metropolis, Superman, high in the air a few miles away, hears the first explosion and, veering swiftly, sees the long, jagged green lightning leaping toward the reservoir dam. What? Great Scott! It's Miller! In that patch of woods! Down! Down! Rocketing down through the pale moonlight, Superman launches himself at the Atom Man, his hands outstretched like a diver's to snatch the tiny electronic converter strapped to the atomic monster's throat. But when he is almost within grasp of his prey, the Atom Man hears the great swoosh of wind, looks up and sees the Man of Steel plummeting down toward him. Quickly he lifts his strangely meshed hand to direct the fierce atomic lightning at his unswerving foe. Struck like a giant bird on the wing, Superman's rush is halted. He falters, seems to shudder and spin completely about in the air. Wild with fury and triumph, the Atom Man shouts at him.
You fool! Haven't you learned that you are helpless against me?
I can't fight him this way. Losing my strength again. Up! Up! There. Just got away. Second more and I'd have been done for. All right, let him try to strike me up here. Let him exhaust his power. Uh-oh. He's shooting at the reservoir again. Better get down and draw him away. Down! Plummeting downwards once more, the Man of Steel draws the Atom Man's fire, whooping and darting like a red and blue meteor as the fierce green lightning stabs at him and stabs again and again, crackling and hissing in the night like 1,000 giant snakes.
Keep away, you fool! Keep away!
Savagely, the Atom Man hurls his deadly power at his swirling, darting foe. Sometimes the hideous green bolts strike home, and Superman slows and falters, only to swoop out of range barely in time. Up! Up! How will this titanic battle end? Superman is pitting all his great strength and speed against the one force on Earth, which is mightier than he is. The force which twice brought him within the very shadow of death. Can he possibly win this time, when he fights for his very life and for the lives of those he loves? Monday brings the smashing dramatic climax of our story, fellows and girls, and a startling surprise. So don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Boasting that he would destroy every man, woman, and child in Metropolis as his first step in avenging the defeat of Germany, Henry Miller, the fanatical young Nazi in whose veins flows the deadly kryptonite which enables him to generate atomic power, prepared to explode the dam guarding the great billion-gallon reservoir in the hills above the city. While the police and army guarded the river and canal, and Superman searched for him from the night skies, Miller, hidden in a dark patch of woods in the hills, attacked the reservoir. The first sparks of jagged green lightning which leaped from his weirdly gloved hands landed just short of the dam, plowing an enormous crater in the earth. From aloft, Superman heard the explosion and launched himself down through space at his deadly foe. As we continue now, a titanic battle is raging in the pale moonlight. Miller, the Atom Man, pointing his metal gloved hands aloft, sends fierce shafts of green lightning hissing and crackling at Superman, who wheels and spins and darts from them like some great bird, seeking an opportunity to flash in and rip the electronic converter from Miller's throat. Screaming like a maniac, Miller hurls bolt after bolt at the Man of Steel, watches him falter in midair like a wounded bird, and then barely swoop out of range.
Come closer, I dare you! You're afraid of me! Superman is afraid of me!
Gasping for breath, his mighty muscles weakened by the bombardment of atomic power, Superman clings to the top of a tall tree, regaining his last strength. The Atom Man, whirling above, sees him as it dances. His strange meshed hands outstretched, forks of green lightning hurtling from them to pierce and shrivel the trees in his path, to rend and uproot them, and send them crashing to earth with a roar like Jovian thunder.
Now for you, Superman!
Eyes gleaming like a madman, the Nazi monster points his hand to the tree to which Superman clings, laughing triumphantly as the green atomic lightning strikes the giant trunk, coils around it like fierce twining snakes, uproots and hurls it, flashes and scorched through the earth. And as Superman falls to the ground in the crashing branches, the Atom Man rushes toward him.
Now I've got you! This time you're through! Oh, keep away!
As atomic power raking and exploding the earth and branches about his fallen foe, the Atom Man races forward. But suddenly there is a violent burst of wind, a blur of red and blue, and Superman bounds high from the ground, flashing up into the heavens like a comet. Enraged, the Atom Man points his hands aloft and hurls deadly green lightning after him. One bolt, then another strikes the Man of Steel, and his swift descent is halted. He struggles in midair, stretches his powerful arms and legs like a desperate swimmer, and then as the third bolt strikes him, he shudders and begins to fall. Faster and faster he falls, the pale moon lighting his billowing red cape and shimmering on the silvery waters of the vast reservoir below. There is a mighty splash. Superman disappears beneath the surface of the lake. For a long minute, 2 minutes, there is nothing to be seen but an ever-widening circle of ripples on the smooth bosom of the water. And at the edge of the blackened, ravaged woods, the Atom Man, who has turned the switch on the converter at his throat and stilled his deadly power, laughs long and loud.
I said I'd finish you, and I did. You're dead now, drowned.
Once again, the Atom Man touches the switch on the converter, straps to his throat, flashing the electronic impulses through the deadly kryptonite atoms in his blood and surging toward his gloved hands, from which they emerge in the jagged green sparks of atomic energy. Now, triumphantly, he lifts his hands again, points them at the high concrete dam protecting the great reservoir. The green lightning leaps, ever lengthening, and is almost at the dam when Superman flashes upwards from the deep waters of the reservoir, his costume and cape dripping, and rockets like a bullet at the Atom Man.
No, you don't, Miller.
You again! What does it take to kill you?
More than you've got, my friend.
You're crazy, you fool! I'll finish you now! Now!
It's you who'll be finished tonight, Miller.
Well, see? Stop this if you can!
Once more, the strange and terrible battle rages. Mouthing wild curses, the Atom Man hurls his green power again and again at his flying foe, who darts and twists from it, circles and turns in the air like a giant falcon.
You'll exhaust your power, Miller. What'll you do then?
It won't be exhausted before I finish you, and Metropolis, too. There. Now, I've got you.
No.
There.
No.
Suddenly caught by a dozen bolts of atomic lightning, Superman cries out, stricken, tries to zoom away, falters, and thuds to earth 20 yards from where Miller stands. He lies there, groaning, trying desperately to rise as the Atom Man rushes toward him, his wild, floating laugh ringing through the woods.
Say your prayers, Superman. This is the end.
I can't. As the Atom Man is almost upon him, Superman makes one final frenzied effort, rolls and clutches at a fallen tree, manages to throw it into the path of his murderous foe. And as the Atom Man lies stunned for a brief moment, the ghastly lightning pouring from his fingers and shattering the earth around him, Superman rises to his feet, his eyes bulging and red-rimmed, his costume stained and torn. Now's my chance. Now! Like a staggering giant, Superman reaches the Atom Man and pulls him into his arms. Up! Up! And away! High into the pale moonlight leaps the Man of Steel, the fiercely struggling Atom Man in his arms. 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
I want that converter on your throat.
No! No!
I'll get it if I have to. Now, lift your hands off my shoulders.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Take your hands off my chest. The atomic power. It's weakening me.
I warned you, you fool. I said I'd finish you. Now I will.
Fastening his metal-gloved hands on Superman's shoulders, the Atom Man's wild laugh rings insanely through the heavens as he witnesses his powerful foe shudder, feels him weaken and grow limp.
Die, Superman! Die!
Stop it! My strength is almost gone. I'll drop you. The terrible atomic power smashes again and again at his weakened body. Superman loses consciousness. His head falls on his chest, his eyes close, and his strong arms relax their grip on his opponent.
I'm falling! I'm falling!
Screaming in terror, the Atom Man feels himself falling, shrieks in panic as he sees the ground miles below rushing up to meet him. A few feet away, his red cape billowing about his limp body, Superman falls too. Faster and faster, the two deadly enemies, both of them helpless now, plummet down toward the bank of the city's North Canal, where police officers and soldiers, attracted by the amazing green lightning miles above, stare upward in open-mouthed wonder. And then there are two smashing, sickening thuds, as first the Atom Man and then the Man of Steel strike the earth and lie still. We'll return in a moment for the dramatic climax of today's episode. But right now, here is our announcer, Dan McCullough.
Say, wouldn't you feel mighty proud to be the first in your crowd to collect all 18 of those new comic buttons that come in packages of Kellogg's Pep? Why, you bet you would. They're pictures of your old funny paper favorites, you know, like Moon Mullins. And there's Smitty and Herbie and Smilin' Jack and Superman, of course. We couldn't leave him out. But you know, the best part is you don't have to send in any money to get these swell buttons, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. They come only as exclusive prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. So ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal tomorrow. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these exciting new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
Carrying the Atom Man high into the heavens, Superman lost consciousness when his deadly enemy tried to finish him with his atomic power, and both of them fell miles to earth, where they landed on the bank of the North Canal in Metropolis. Now, a few minutes later, Superman opens his eyes to see the anxious faces of Police Inspector Henderson and General Niles of the Army looking down at him.
Oh. Hello. Hello, Inspector.
Are you all right, Superman?
Yes, I think so.
No. Don't try to get up yet.
No, I'm all right. Miller. The Atom Man. What about him?
He's finished.
Finished? Are you sure?
No doubt about it. What's left of him is under the canvas over there.
Oh, thank you.
You saved Metropolis tonight, Superman.
You certainly did, and I want to extend my thanks and the thanks of the Army. I'm General Niles, by the way.
Thank you, sir. I didn't mean to let Miller die, but I carried him into the air to prevent him from exploding the dam. Then he tried to finish me. I lost consciousness.
You did a wonderful job, a simply wonderful job. You've had a report of what happened at the reservoir. If it hadn't been for you, every man, woman, and child in Metropolis would be dead by now.
We owe you more than we can ever repay.
You don't owe me anything. I'm fighting for the same things you are. The end of tyranny and intolerance.
Then I'll only say, thank heaven that the worst threat America ever faced is over.
I'll second that.
Sorry, gentlemen, but the threat is far from over.
What do you mean?
It isn't?
I mean that a terrible threat still remains. To me, to you, and to the entire world.
Amazed, Inspector Henderson and General Niles stare at Superman. Henry Miller, the deadly atom man, is no more. So what can his conqueror mean? You who have followed this story closely may be able to guess what Superman means. Know why, at this very moment of his greatest triumph, his own life and the lives of all humanity are still in mortal danger. In tomorrow's episode, the Man of Steel explains and begins a new and thrilling adventure, which is even more exciting than the one from which he has just emerged. So don't fail to be with us tomorrow. Same time, same station, for the beginning of one of the most exciting stories in all the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing outside a room, horror gripping you. While before your eyes, seen through the transom window, the most beautiful girl in the world is about to die. Because of you.
Today we escape from reality with the fascinating story of a girl who lived a weird second life, as John Jessel told it in his gripping story, The Adaptive Ultimate.
No, Daniel, I can't do it. You have a very interesting theory,
It's more than a theory, Dr. Bach. I've proved it. It works. I tried my serum on tubercular guinea pigs, and it cured them. They adapted themselves to the tubercular bacillus and lived. I tried my serum on a dog with rabies. He adapted himself, too. I tried it on a cat with a broken spine. The cat instantly adapted itself to its injury so that the spine had time to knit and heal. Don't you see what a tremendous discovery this is?
Yes, perhaps.
Well, think what that would mean in accident cases. There'd be no further need for emergency surgery. Don't you see that? No matter what the condition, the injury to the body, a mere injection of my serum would permit the patient instantly to adapt himself to his condition and live.
No matter what his injury.
Exactly.
A serum made from insects.
From a common fruit fly, the most adaptable of living organisms. Tear off a wing and it grows a new one. Tear off its head even. Stick on a new head and that too will adhere in time. Think of imparting that same adaptability to human beings.
To grow new heads, it has merit.
Oh, now, please, Dr. Bach.
All right. No, seriously. I know this may be a great thing, but to permit you to experiment on a human being, no,
the most hopeless case you can find, Dr. Bach. Someone already doomed.
Well, if someday I discover in the hospital a hopeless case, understand it will be hopeless.
I understand.
And if the patient shall consent, then you will have your human guinea pig. Well, Dr. Scott, you requisitioned for yourself a hopeless case? Permit me. Here is your guinea pig.
What is it, Dr. Bach? TB?
Yeah, final stage. A matter of hours at most. She might have been attractive once, but now, hair like string, skinny like a skeleton, and flesh like wax.
Dr. Bach, you call this a fair test? I said hopeless, but I didn't say a corpse.
The lady is returning to life, such as it is. Well, Dr. Scott, I regret I have not a more palatable subject for your experiments, but this is what I promised. A hopeless case.
It's all right, I'll try it. Oh, what's her name?
Let me see, it's on the chart here. Zelas.
What was that?
Her name is Kira Zelas.
Oh.
Young lady. Permit me, I am Dr. Hermann Bach, Chief of the Staff, and I would like to introduce one of our promising young doctors.
He wants a date, I suppose.
Miss Zelas.
Hello, Brown Eyes.
What?
Your eyes are brown, aren't they?
Miss Zelas, you see, I've perfected this serum.
I like brown eyes.
This serum might help you, but it has never been tried on a human being before. I thought if you have no objection...
What are the odds?
Odds? Well, actually, you've everything to gain.
And nothing to lose.
Well?
How right you are. Okay. I'm all yours, Brown Eyes. Go ahead. Experiment away.
Dr. Bach, prepare her arm.
24 hours and she is yet alive. I would have said yesterday it would be impossible she should survive the night. So it is now 48 hours, and she actually seems better. But miracles such as this have happened before, and without serums. A week, and she still lives. Each day she becomes better. It is miraculous. The spots on her lungs are disappearing. Her coughing is stopped. There is no sign of bacillus in the culture. But even more amazing, a reaction to abrasions, skin punctures. Yesterday I took a blood specimen. Before I had 1 cc, the puncture in her skin had closed. Yes, in 30 seconds. The ordinary person, it takes a day, 2 days for it to heal. With Miss Kira Zelas, 30 seconds. It is amazing. Then I will not dispute it. Your serum has worked a miracle. She is cured. And now I must just discharge her from the hospital.
Oh, Dr. Bach,
You had forgotten that time must come sometime, But you see, I must. She is cured, and we need the room.
Well, yes, I know, but... Well, she should be under observation. We don't know what effects will show up.
I think, Daniel, you have an extraordinary interest in Miss Zelas. So I have asked her to come here. She is outside. Shall we invite her in?
Why, yes, of course.
Send in Miss Zelas, please. Now, observe well your miracle. Miss Zelas, come in, sit down.
Thanks. Oh, hello, Brown Eyes.
Hello, Kira.
I have sent for you, Miss Zelas, because I have good news. Today I am discharging you from the hospital.
Oh?
Yeah? Today you are free to go. That pleases you?
Madly.
Kira, you have people, perhaps? A family?
Aren't we all brothers and sisters under the skin?
Miss Zelas, I will come to the point. I wish to make you a proposition. I mean purely a scientific...
Yes, I know. An experiment.
Precisely. We are interested, Dr. Scott and I, to observe the further effects of the serum he gave you.
Yes.
I will pay you board and room and $30 a week. You will live at my house. I have a housekeeper, Mrs. Getz. She will look after you. Is that satisfactory?
Wouldn't I be a fool to say no?
Excellent, excellent.
Does, Brown Eyes live there, too?
No, but Dr. Scott will continue to have a clinical interest in the experiment. Miss Zelas, have no fear.
Good.
Yes. Well, it is now almost time for dinner. I will take you, Miss Zalas. You will join us, Dr. Scott?
Oh, yes, fine, Dr. Bach.
Very well. We shall meet outside in, 10 minutes?
That'll do me nicely.
Miss Zalas, you wish to wait here or maybe outside? A little fresh air?
I think I could use a little air.
Good. There is a little park across the street. You will find benches there to rest. We will meet at the front entrance in 10 minutes.
Dr. Bach, what is it? What's the matter?
Some sort of commotion across the street in the park. Oh. Where is Kira?
Well, I thought she'd be here with you.
Perhaps she is still over there in the park.
What do you suppose? Come on! Dr. Bach, it is Kira. Kira, let me through, please. Kira, let us through, please. Officer, what's happened? What is this? Why are you holding this lady?
You know this woman?
Yes, of course. What is it? What's the matter here?
Plenty. Your lady friend here merely walks up to an old gent about 60 or so, picks up a nice hefty rock, and beats his brains out.
Officer, there must be some awful mistake.
Yeah, her mistake. Cold-blooded murder. Come on, sister. There's the wagon.
But, officer...
You'd better come along, too, mister. Mona Lisa here don't seem to be much in the mood for talking. We'll need someone to tell the desk sergeant her name.
Kira, this is terrible, seeing you here like this. I've got to get you out of here. I've got to help you.
It's not so bad when you're here.
Well, listen, this is all a terrible mistake. If you'll tell me what...
Mistake?
Well, yes, of course. Kira, you didn't kill that man.
If I said yes, what would you do?
Why, I'd tell him you weren't responsible. I'd tell him about the serum. I'd tell him it was my fault, that somehow the serum I gave you caused your mind to snap, something that would be the only explanation.
You'd do this? Ruin your career, no doubt? Just to save me?
Well, yes, of course I would.
And what would they do to me?
I don't know exactly. Put you away under observation. Something. Kira,
Then my answer's no. I did not kill the man. Oh, don't worry. I won't be convicted. I'll take care of myself very well. I'll, as you say, adapt myself to the situation.
All right, now, Mr. Salvatore, continue. Tell the court in your own words precisely what happened.
This old man, you see, is buy circus peanuts from me every day. For months, every day. And this one day, pull out his pocketbook. It's a billfold. And I'm look, it's stuffed with the bills. The big money. He says, Salvatore, can I make a change for $20? And I'm a laugh. I say, mister, I'm a peanut man. You take the peanuts and you pay me tomorrow. He said, thank you very much. He turned around, and then here's this dame, she pick up, it's a great big stone, and it conks him. It's a murder.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Continue, Mr. Salvatore.
Oh, she nothing more to say. This dame, she bend over, and she reach in his pocket to take the money. I'm a grabber, people come, police come, and
Mr. Salvatore, can you describe this young lady to us?
Oh, I remember her very well. She's skinny. She's ain't no beauty, you know. Got the black suit, the brown hair, eyes, don't know, dark, you know, maybe brown or blue.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatore. Your witness.
Mr. Salvatore, you say that the young lady, the assailant, had brown hair and dark eyes?
Si. Brown hair, dark blue eyes.
And do you see the young lady in the courtroom?
Oh, si. She's a sit right to...
What's the matter, Mr. Salvatore? Are you pointing at Miss Zalas?
Si.
May I ask the defendant to rise, please? Miss Zalas, will you kindly remove your hat, please?
Dr. Bach, look. Her hair, it's become the color of aluminum.
Your Honor, I submit that this defendant does not possess dark hair, nor, if you will observe, dark eyes. I am prepared, therefore, to submit a lock of her hair to be tested by any chemist the court may appoint to prove that the pigmentation is entirely natural. Now, Mr. Salvatore, do you still say that this is the young lady you saw in the park?
I think she's...
Is she?
Mamma mia, no!
Good Lord, Dr. Bach, that hair of hers. Did you see it? It was the color of aluminum. She was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. And so she has been acquitted. They call her innocent. Daniel, I am a convert to your great principle of adaptability. But where will it end? You start with an ideal, and you wake up to discover you have created a monster.
But she was acquitted. It was all a mistake.
You really believe that?
Dr. Bach.
Yes, Mrs. Gritz?
She is here, Doctor.
She?
That woman in the newspaper.
Oh.
Kira is here?
You said she was so poor, such a church mouse. Ah, you should see her.
What do you mean, Mrs. Gritz?
So fine, so great a lady.
I'll go and talk to her, Dr. Bach.
Hello, Brown Eye.
Hello, Kira.
Aren't you glad to see me?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, congratulations on your acquittal today. We were there.
I know. I sensed it. I was hurt that you didn't come up and congratulate me.
Well, there were photographers and what... What? Kira, your hair, it's black again.
Isn't it always? Don't you like it?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. It's beautiful.
Am I beautiful? Brown eyes.
Very, very beautiful.
And are you happy to have me back? I always did like brown eyes.
Kira.
Tell me, how do you like my new clothes? My gown?
Why, it's very nice.
Nice. It's exquisite. I have a whole new wardrobe, hats, shoes.
Well, how, Kira? Where did you get the money?
Money?
You only had $3 when you left the hospital.
Oh, so I did.
Kira. Kira, you did take that wallet from the old man.
Why, naturally.
You did murder him.
Certainly. Oh, come. Don't look so shocked. Oh, I'm tired, Brown Eyes. You'll excuse me if I appropriate Dr. Bach's room. Good night.
Dr. Bach, we've got to do something.
Yes, Daniel, we do.
I haven't slept a wink all night trying to think of what we can do.
I've been here in the laboratory all night. I think I know.
What?
This serum of yours, it has accomplished a miracle, yeah. It is the adaptive ultimate. Changes that take the ordinary person days or months, she accomplishes instantly. She walks into the sunlight, she is tan. She walks out, she is pale again. When she is in danger, she adapts. She could survive the electric chair, the hangman's noose. She was in danger in the courtroom. She adapted. She changed her whole appearance at will, so she could not be identified.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you must not blame yourself. You could not know what you were creating. Now, this morning, I operated on one of your guinea pigs. I found this. The pineal gland hypertrophied. That is what causes it.
Well, then we could operate and maybe change her back.
Yeah, but she can adapt to anything, anesthesia included. How can we operate? Unless we get her consent.
Well, perhaps.
No, you are dreaming, Daniel. Do you really think she will consent now? Now that she has power? Perhaps more power than any human being ever possessed before. Power for evil. And she has already killed one man, remember.
But if we watched her, Doctor, kept her under guard...
Yeah, again, Pygmalion falls in love with his Galatea. No, Daniel, no. She must be destroyed. We must perform surgery at once.
But she'll die.
She will go back to what she was, with but a few hours to live. It is best, then.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes? Yes, Mrs. Getz? Hmm? Okay.
What is it, Dr. Bach?
And so perhaps she is also telepathic. She sensed what we were about to do, and now it is too late.
What do you mean?
Miss Zelas is gone. Disappeared.
Dr. Bach, did you call for me?
Yeah, Daniel. Have you seen the evening paper yet?
No, not yet.
Then here. After 2 months, there is news of our Miss Kira Zelas.
What? Let me see that. Where? Oh. The surprise of the evening was the appearance of John Callan, Ambassador at Large, Diplomat Extraordinary, the man slated to head the forthcoming World Atomic Energy Control Commission. Mr. Callan, one of Washington's confirmed bachelors, squired the gorgeous Kira Zelas.
You see? She has become gorgeous, our drab little urchin.
Miss Zelas, the dazzling beauty who affects a dark wig by day and a white one at night.
A great power of adaptability, courtesy of Dr. Daniel Scott. Dark by day, white by night.
Well, what are we going to do, Doctor?
Do?
The World Atomic Energy Control, the one real hope of world peace. Kira isn't interested in peace.
What can we do? Surgery, I know. But politics? We must wait and see. We must wait and see how far your mad woman will go.
Washington is agog with rumors about the romance between glamorous Kira Zelas and John Callan, the newly appointed head of the World Atomic Energy Control, one of the most powerful political figures on the globe.
John Callan leaves tomorrow for the crucial atomic energy conferences at Geneva, Switzerland, and sailing on the same boat as the exotic Miss Kira Zelas, with whom his name has been frequently linked. Rumor has it Miss Zelas acts as a sort of unofficial assistant to Mr. Callan, thus making her one of the most important women in the world.
Glamorous, exotic. Of such fragile stuff is world peace fashioned these days, Daniel.
I wonder what she intends to...
Somebody calling at dinner time?
Oh, sit still, Dr. Buck. I'll see who it is. Yes? Kira.
Hello, Brown Eyes. May I come in?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, our exotic guinea pig,
Good evening, Dr. Bach. I'm not intruding.
Of course not.
You're very kind. John and I... You read about Mr. Callan?
Oh, yes.
We're leaving for Europe tomorrow for the conferences in Switzerland.
Yes.
He had a series of meetings to attend tonight, so I told him I would stay here.
You're staying here?
I took the liberty of saying you were my uncle, Dr. Buck.
Oh.
John will call for me in the morning on his way to the airport. We're leaving at 8. I do hope I'm not too late for dinner.
Not at all. In fact, we're very happy to have you here. Aren't we, Dr. Scott?
Kira.
Hello, Brown Eyes.
What are you doing out here in the garden?
Waiting for you.
You knew I'd follow you?
Of course. Have you missed me?
You know I have. Oh, Kira, listen to me. Do you love this John Callan?
When I want love, I'll come to you, Brown Eyes.
Well, then why? What is it, money?
Money? I don't need money anymore. What does an empress need with money?
Empress?
That's what you've made me. The most powerful woman the world's ever known. John Callan. He's supposed to be important. But in my hands, he's clay, to be molded as I wish. Do you see what that means?
Yes, I see. You hold the fate of the world in your hands.
Exactly. To do with as I want. And I shall. Would you like to rule the world with me, Brown Eyes?
Kira, you're evil.
What is good? What's evil? Come here, Brown Eyes. Look at me. And forget such things.
Are you asleep, Dr. Buck?
Sleep? Who can sleep?
Kira's insane, Doctor. Do you know what she's planning to do?
I've heard.
Oh. Maybe we could get to this Callan.
And then what?
Well, if we could talk to him, tell him...
Tell him what? Didn't I talk to you? Would you listen? Where is she?
Oh, she's gone to sleep.
I tell you, there's only one remedy, surgery. It is the only hope.
But she'll never consent to surgery, Dr. Bach, and she's probably immune to anesthesia.
Maybe not all anesthesia.
What?
Downstairs in my laboratory, I have a tank of ethyl chloride.
You mean operate here tonight?
Yeah, tonight. Right here, where she sleeps. Now stop staring down at her. Pour the anesthesia onto the cone. Hurry.
That ought to be enough to anesthetize an elephant.
onto the face quickly.
All right.
Stand tightly. Hold it
I'm
close.
trying. I'm trying. She's forcing my hand. I can't hold her. She's too strong. Oh.
Did you think you could make me unconscious? You were going to operate on me. Is that what you were planning? Or were you going to slit my throat with that scalpel? Look.
Tara, don't!
There. You see? I plunge your knife into my heart. I withdraw it. And the wound is healed. Now, go away, both of you. I want to sleep. John will be calling for me at 8.
In the morning. 2.5 hours more and she will leave. And the world will be one step nearer chaos. We are scientists, then. We have a responsibility to civilization. We must find a way to destroy this...
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide,
It's a fundamental biological law. No human can survive in its own waste product. Carbon dioxide is human waste. Dr. Bach, if we could fill the room where she's sleeping with carbon dioxide, she'd become unconscious. You could operate, Ken. Who are you calling?
The hospital. I will have them send over 2 tanks of carbon dioxide.
Do you think it should work, Ken?
We must try anything. Hello, this is Dr. Bach. Let me talk to surgery. Now hurry, it is an emergency. The tube is ready. You sealed the crack under the door?
Yes.
You closed the window?
Yes.
All right. Let us start the gas. Oh, then, through the transom above the bedroom door, you will be able to observe her reactions. You placed the lighted candle inside the room?
Yes, Doctor. I left a candle on the table.
Observe it carefully.
All right.
When it goes out, your Miss Kira Zelas should be unconscious. Then, can you see inside the room from up there?
Yes, Doctor. Candle is flickering, Doctor. Wait. No, it's still flickering. It's just gone out, Doctor.
Excellent. It means there is now a concentration of 8 or 10% carbon dioxide. The average person would long since be dead.
Doctor?
Yeah, then, what?
Oh, just a minute.
Yes, yes? She's breathing much more quickly now, convulsively. Changed of breathing? She's opening her eyes now. What? She's getting up. Getting up? She's staggering. Holding her throat, Doctor. She's gasping. She's moving toward the door. She's trying to unlock the... So. She's seen me. She's trying to... Well, what is it? She's collapsed. It's over. Yes?
How do you do, Dr. Bach? I'm John Callan.
Yes, of course. Come in.
I haven't taken you away from anything.
Oh, no. We were performing some surgery, my associate and I. I have a miniature surgery here for emergencies, and we have just finished.
Is that the patient on the table?
Yes.
Is she...
Yes, she is dead.
Too bad. Seedy-looking creature, wasn't she?
She was a charity case.
Well, I won't keep you. Is Kira here?
No, she changed her plans. She said there were some things she wished to do, and she would meet you at the airport.
Well, that's a woman's prerogative, isn't it, changing plans?
Yes.
I'd better get a move on, then. Nice to see you, Doctor. I hope we'll meet again when I return from Europe.
Yes, that will be nice, Mr. Callan, and good luck on your mission.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Well, Daniel, maybe we will get some sleep now. Ben? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I was daydreaming. She's lovely, isn't she? Lovely. Yeah, then lovely. May she always be in your memory.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed The Adaptive Ultimate by John Jessel, adapted for radio by Chet Spurgeon and Herb Futran, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel, starring Edgar Barrier as Dr. Bach and Stacey Harris as Dan Scott. Featured in the cast were Elsie Holmes, Frank Gerstle, Larry Dobkin, Tom Charlesworth, and Ann Morrison. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
you are trapped in a dark, empty house. A girl lying dead at your feet. And surrounding you, closing in on you, are the band of killers, deadly enemies of your country and yourself. And they are intent on murdering you.
Next week, we escape with the famous story, Confidential Agent by Graham Greene. Be sure to tune in at this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are prisoner in the magnificent mountain retreat of the richest man in the world, and in love with his beautiful daughter. While haunting you, terrifying you, is the certain knowledge that the only sure escape would be death.
Today, with Sam Edwards starred as John Unger, we escape to an isolated plateau in the Rocky Mountains and the strange story of a stranger family, as F. Scott Fitzgerald told it in his fascinating tale, The Diamond as Big as the Ritz.
I'd been going to St. Midas Prep School for a couple of years, and this was my second summer vacation. I'd met this fellow Percy Washington during the winter and got to be pretty good friends with him. Only I didn't know about his family or where he came from or anything like that. Of course, I knew he must be rich. All the fellows at St. Midas came from wealthy families. So, when he invited me to spend the summer at his home out west someplace, that was okay by me. We'd been traveling on the Super Cheap overnight when Percy first mentioned it. I don't even remember now what led up to it. We'd been talking about first one thing and then another. Exactly, where is your home, Percy? I mean, you bought the train tickets and all, so I...
Well, it's in the Rockies. Sort of, that is.
In the Rockies, huh? Pretty wild country, isn't it?
Some of it is.
You know, now you take Hades, Missouri, where I come from. It's been settled for 150 years. One of the first towns on the Mississippi River.
Indeed.
Oh, sure.
That's very interesting.
You know, I sure do appreciate your not making jokes about it. The way some of the fellows do when I say I come from Hades.
John, do you know that my father is the richest man in the world?
Oh?
By far the richest.
I read about a man that paid taxes on a $5 million income.
Small fry. If my father paid a tax on his real income, he'd disrupt the whole economy of the United States.
No kidding. Oh, I like rich people. The richer a fellow is, the better I like him.
My father could buy out all the millionaires in the country and not even know he'd done it.
Is that a fact? I visited at the Switzer Murphys once. They're plenty rich. Why, their daughter, Vivian's got rubies as big as hen's eggs.
I like jewels. Always have. I used to collect them instead of stamps.
And diamonds? The Switzer Murphys had diamonds as big as walnuts.
Oh, that's nothing.
Huh?
Nothing at all. My father has a diamond as big as the Ritz.
Oh.
Please. I'm not joking.
But you mean as big as the Ritz-Carlton Hotel?
Exactly. My father has a diamond as big as the Ritz.
Well, from there on, it was something like a dream. We got off the train about dusk at a little whistle stop where there was no town or anything, not even a station. Just a broken-down old buggy. Well, Percy and I climbed in, and without saying a word, the driver cracked his whip, and off we went. I don't know how far we traveled. We didn't seem to be following any road. And after an hour or so, it got dark. The driver kept right on.
I hope you'll pardon this inconvenience, John, but we have to take certain precautions, you know.
Oh, that's all right, Percy.
Anyway, we're almost there.
You're home, you mean?
Oh, no. To the place where we consider it safe to transfer.
Transfer? What do you mean?
There's the signal now.
Headlights.
Pull up the horse, Adson. They've seen us.
An automobile. Yeah, but how? There's no road.
Oh, it's special built. It doesn't need roads.
Welcome home, Master.
Good evening, Gigson. Come on, John. Let's get in.
Gosh, what's the body made out of? Silver?
No, platinum. Those are emeralds in the hubcaps.
And the upholstery. It's fur.
Mink.
You are ready, Master?
Anytime, Gigson. You'll probably notice, John, the exceptional brightness of the headlights. The lenses are cut from diamonds.
Boy, what a car.
This old junk heap? We use it for a station wagon.
Hey, why did we stop, Percy? This is just a deserted canyon.
Wait, John, you'll see. They sent the hooks down while we were coming from the train.
The hooks?
Yes, to attach to the wheels, you know. That's what Gigson's doing now. Oh, incidentally, Gigson will look after you during your visit.
Look after me?
Your personal valet. Of course, there'll be other slaves available, too, whenever you need them.
Do you have a lot of slaves?
300 or 400, I suppose.
Master?
Oh, all ready, Gigson?
Yes, Master.
Hello! Horse away!
Look, we're leaving the ground.
Yes. There's a hoist up there on the top of the cliff. Has cables about a quarter of a mile long.
Yeah, but what for?
Well, it's the only way in.
Imagine hoisting an automobile a quarter of a mile up the side of a cliff.
It's nothing, really. As you may have guessed, John, this is not going to be like anything you ever saw before in your life. Well, John, there it is.
That's your home?
Yes.
Why, it's magnificent. It's palatial.
It's not a bad little place.
How big is it?
I think there are around 140 rooms, but Father may remember exactly. Then, of course, there are other buildings, slaves' quarters and things.
Well, why hasn't anyone ever found out about it? This place, I mean.
For one thing, it's the only 5 square miles in the country that have never been surveyed.
Why not?
Oh, things were arranged.
I don't see how that's possible.
Believe me, it hasn't been easy. I understand Grandfather had to bribe 3 government bureaus and half of Congress once to keep the place off the map.
Oh, yeah, but surely somebody stumbled onto it. Prospectors, people like that.
Oh, yes, that happens occasionally. Then, of course, we have to arrange things.
You mean?
Oh, not always. Usually we just take them prisoner and keep them, like the aviators.
planes come here?
Once in a while they fly over. Of course, they never get away. We have 9 anti-aircraft batteries around the hill here.
You shoot them down?
Oh, yes. Great sport. Does upset Mother a bit, though, and there's always the chance one might get away. That's Father's greatest worry.
This place, this whole thing, it's fantastic.
Oh, come now, John. I picked you for a fellow with his feet on the ground. And you haven't seen anything yet, you know. This is only the beginning.
And it was only the beginning. We crossed the acres of lawn and entered the great chateau. And from that moment on, vision upon vision tumbled together in a gigantic kaleidoscope of color, symmetry, and exquisite harmony. There were corridors lined with gleaming crystals, lit by lamps cut from emerald, and great halls carpeted with chinchilla fur and ermine. Why, even the air I breathed carried a subtle fragrance, like the scent of platine. There was a white-haired man, pink-faced and pleasant, who was Percy's father.
More champagne, Mr. Unger.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Washington. It's very good.
Oh, it's the very best. I have it made specially by Paul Masson himself.
Gosh, really?
However, Mr. Unger, I don't want you to think our life here is just a bed of roses. Upon occasion, we do have to arrange things. Oh, yes, indeed, we do.
I went to my room thinking there could be no more nor greater wonders. I was wrong. There were many more and greater ones, and one of them I discovered the next morning in the gardens.
Hello there.
Yeah? Oh. You're lovely.
My name is mine. You're John Unger. You're a friend of my brother's. Are you from the East?
No. At least, not exactly. I'm from Hades.
Oh?
Missouri.
Oh. Would you like to sit down here on the grass?
Why, yes, sure I would.
I'm going east at school this fall. Do you suppose I'll like it?
Well, I think so. Of course, it'll be different from all this.
That's what my sister Jasmine says, and she's in the East now. I've never been outside.
I hope you won't be offended, but you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Yes, I know.
What?
I surprised you, didn't I? A year ago, I would have said thank you. But Father says it's very necessary to learn to take things for granted.
Sure.
I like you, John. I wish you'd spend some of your time with me this summer. Not all with Percy.
I will, Kismine. I will.
You may be in love with me if you'd like to. I'm absolutely fresh ground, you know.
I think I am in love with you. Already.
Of course, we'll have to meet secretly. My parents wouldn't permit it if they knew.
Then that's what we'll do.
I have to go now. I'm supposed to be with Mother at 11. Well, aren't you going to ask me for a kiss?
Huh?
Jasmine says boys always do nowadays.
Oh, some of them do. But not me. We don't expect nice girls to do that sort of thing in Hades. It was a funny thing. Percy's family were polite, friendly, always smiling. And yet all the time I had a feeling that some terrible and golden mystery lay hidden just around the corner. A few days after I'd met Kismine, Percy remarked casually that an unusual event had occurred. A man had escaped from the cage. Of course, I didn't know what he meant then, but the next morning I was walking with Percy's father on the grounds of the estate. Oh, Mr. Washington, Percy said something about a man escaping from the cage. I didn't quite get it.
The cage, huh? Well, perhaps you'd like to see it. Yes, it might prove interesting, just as a novelty. It's over here.
Well, these trees, they're 60 feet tall. And they have roses blooming all over them.
It's a rather interesting development by a Swiss botanist. These are the only ones in the world.
Oh, I suppose you'll see them all over the country in a few years.
No. These are the only ones. That was arranged. Here we are. The cage.
Why, it's a pit dug in the ground. And a grating on top.
Well, boys, how are you getting along?
How many men are there down there?
Oh, about 50, as I recall. Aviators we've shot down, wandering prospectors, men of that sort.
But why are they kept there?
Well, they've all had the common misfortune of having discovered El Dorado. Gentlemen, I am sure that you would like to know that your companion who departed without my permission has been taken care of. He was shot by some of my agents in 14 different places. Golf, Mr. Unger?
They found him then, the man who got away.
Well, actually, by places, I meant towns. No, my agents were overeager. They shot 14 men, but none of them could offer a positive identification. So I'm afraid the man I seek may still be at large. You see, Mr. Unger, it's not all utopia here. We do have our difficulties.
Isn't it a little unnecessary holding them like that?
Not at all. It's the only way to keep this place hidden.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Washington, Percy was telling me something on the train. Well, I guess he was just kidding, but he said you had a diamond as big as the Ritz-Carlton Hotel.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, it's much bigger than the Ritz. Much bigger.
Well, summer went on, and I was more and more in love with Kismine. She, too, was priceless, exquisite, like no other girl in the world. After a couple of weeks, I kissed her, of course, and I was really in love for the first time. Yeah, I should have known. I should have put two and two together when Percy's father showed me the cage, but I didn't. Until one morning, late in the summer, I'd slipped off with Kismine to the rose gardens. Kismine, I think we ought to elope.
I don't know. It would be much nicer to be married here, but then it would be much more romantic to elope. All the Sunday supplements would write stories about it.
Oh, Kismine.
I knew an heiress from Omaha once, but I don't think you'd like her. She visited my sister here.
Oh, you've had other guests then,
Well, yes, we had a few.
No, wasn't your father ever afraid they might talk outside?
Well, to some extent. But let's talk about something more pleasant.
What's unpleasant about it?
I grew quite fond of some of them.
You mean they told? And your father...
They didn't get a chance to. Father had to be sure.
But that's murder.
Well, what else could we do? In the cage, they'd be a constant reproach to us. And Father does it so nicely. They're always drugged in their sleep. And we tell their families they died of scarlet fever in Butte. I'm not sure what effect that has on the statistics there.
Of all the horrible...
No, it's not. After all, it would be terribly boring here without ever having anybody. My father and mother have sacrificed some of their best friends.
That's what they planned to do with me, then.
See, now you're sort of depressed. I knew you would be. And we could have had such fun.
Fun?
Couldn't you try to forget it and be nice to me until you're put away? It's only for 2 or 3 weeks.
You'd go on this way, kissing, talking about love, when you know I'm not much better than a corpse?
You're not a corpse. You're not. I won't have you saying I kissed a corpse.
That wasn't what I said.
You did, too.
I did not.
You said
Just a moment.
Father.
Who kissed a corpse?
Nobody. We were joking.
Now, you two haven't any business here anyway. Kismine, you go read, go play golf, and don't let me find you here when I come back.
Yes, Father.
Yeah, well, good day, children.
You see, now he knows. You've spoiled it all. You don't really love me.
Kismine, you... No, what's the use? Look, Kismine, Why would it be so terrible if anyone found out about this place?
Why, it's on account of the diamond, of course. But you'd better ask Percy. I'm always getting things messed up.
I will ask him. And another thing, I'm getting out of here tonight if I have to dig through the mountains. I'm going back east.
Take me with you.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Your father wouldn't permit it.
If you won't take me, I'll go tell him I'm in love and want to marry you.
You can't do that. He'd bump me off this afternoon.
Oh, please take me, darling. And we'll be terribly poor and very happy. And I'll cook things for you, herbs and berries and stuff. Won't that be fun? You will, won't you, John?
Well, my head was really in a whirl. This whole thing was fantastic. And so was the family. Even Kismine. I couldn't think of anything to do, but I rushed to see Percy.
But, John, why didn't you ask me before?
Because I thought you were kidding all the time.
I know. You wouldn't have believed me if I had told you.
I'm ready to believe anything now.
Well, it was Grandfather who started the whole thing. Purely an accident. He came out here from Virginia and stumbled onto it.
Onto what?
The diamond, of course. Grandfather spent 2 years going around to different cities of the world selling bits of it. And then he started building this place. First, he started putting his money in jewels, and then he found the radium took up much less space. Father's carried on since, you know.
But why the secrecy?
It just wouldn't do if anyone found out. Ruin the economy of the world. The thing's too big.
This thing has been going on for 3 generations. The cage, this thing of inviting friends.
Oh, yes. You see, there wasn't really any danger before airplanes. They're what worry us.
And you knew when you invited me here what would happen.
Please, John, I thought you'd be more sensible about it. After all, you can see my position.
Yeah. Where is it? Where do you keep this diamond that's caused so cockeyed much trouble?
I thought you'd guess. You've noticed the hill the chateau stands on.
Oh, yes, but
it contains a cubic mile. And except for a thin covering of dirt, it's one big, solid diamond.
It was nearly midnight. I didn't know what awakened me. But all of a sudden, I was staring across the patches of moonlight, spotting the ermine carpet of my bedroom. Staring at 3 slaves I'd never seen before. They just slipped inside the door and stood there, each with a vicious length of shiny copper wire. The official executioners. I lay there on the bed watching them, counting heartbeats, not daring to move, not daring not to move. They didn't know I'd awakened. They began edging across the room.
Come on, all 3 of you. There's no time now for this. Hurry.
I took one long, deep breath. The first in several moments. Then I was out of the bed in an instant, throwing on my clothes and dashing through the long crystal corridor to Kismine's room. Kismine, are you awake?
Over here by the window. So they woke you up, too.
If you mean 3 of your father's slaves.
No, airplanes.
Airplanes. So that's what it is.
At least a dozen. I saw them crossing against the moon. Look, they're circling way over there.
You think they're here on purpose?
Oh, yes, they dropped warnings to Father. It's that man who got away from the cage, you know.
Good for him.
Yes, wasn't he clever? I think we'll open up on them any second now.
Open up?
Yes, our anti-aircraft. Oh, this is thrilling.
Thrilling?
Oh, look, they're in range now. Bravo! Bravo!
Kismine, get away from that window!
Good heavens, did you see that?
Yes, and we've got to get out of here. Can't you understand? They'll bomb the chateau next.
Oh, there's a little grove across on the side of the mountain. We always keep one of the cars there. We'll have a nice view of everything.
A nice view? Kismine, you don't seem to understand. They mean business. They're out to finish off you and your whole family.
It all seems so silly. Why, when you come right down to it, they've never even met us. Is it morning yet, John?
Seems to be getting lighter.
Quieter, too.
It's your guns. They're knocked out, every last one of them. It won't be long now.
Seems such a shame. The family put so much work on the place. Everything's always been so pleasant.
Yeah. You'd better get some sleep, Kismine. I'm going to walk down the path a little ways.
You'll come back.
Yes, Kismine. I'll come back. At the edge of the wood, I stopped and looked out across the valley toward the wrecked chateau standing on its diamond hill in the center. The bombing had stopped. The planes droned over the far rim of the plateau, seeking some sort of formation. And then, on a small knoll just below me, 3 men appeared suddenly from the underbrush. The first one strode imperiously ahead, and the other 2 bore a heavy burden between them. It was Mr. Washington and 2 of the slaves.
All right. This is far enough. We'll stop here. Now, hoist it up.
The burden they held up to the heavens was an immense diamond.
Now, you up there.
I could see no one else anywhere in view.
You up there. I want you to understand. This is only a sample. I'll give you 1,000. Cut as fine, set in pedestals of platinum. And I'll build you a tower 1,000 feet high, cast of solid gold. And on the top of it, I'll put one diamond 100 feet across.
A thought began to dawn on me, but I couldn't believe it.
I'll letter your name on the temple in emeralds. And I'll see that the whole world worships at its base. All you have to do is to make everything the way it was before.
Mr. Washington was offering a bribe to God. He stopped talking, waiting for an answer. And then, out of those same silent heavens, blossomed the white puffs of parachutes. The man who tried to bribe God looked up and saw them, became old in an instant, and turning with lowered head, walked down the path toward the chateau. With sudden premonition, I whirled and headed for the spot where I left Kismine. Kismine and the car that needed no roads.
Haven't we gone far enough, John?
I suppose. We're 10 miles from the chateau.
It's all so hectic. Just rushing about and losing sleep and everything.
Hand me those field glasses.
Here they are. Can you see anything?
No. Oh, wait.
What is it?
It's your father and mother. And Percy. They're going into a tunnel down below the chateau.
Wait, I remember now. The mountain's wired. Some kind of atom bomb.
Atom? You mean atomic bomb?
That's it. Father always said it would disintegrate the whole works, diamond and all. Of course, he only regarded it as a last resort.
So he'd rather have it like that. They're all inside the tunnel now. The paratroopers are moving in.
I don't suppose there's really anything to be done about it, no.
And there wasn't.
I keep thinking about things the way they were. It was all so pleasant. I don't suppose it will ever be exactly like that again.
Not ever, Kismine. And maybe it never was. You know, youth is a time for dreaming, and dreams die, too.
I'll probably have to take in washing. But of course we'll be very happy. What will we do, John?
Do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can love a while underneath the stars. That's a form of divine drunkenness we can all try. And then there may be other diamonds in the world, who knows? And even though it's a shabby gift, there's always disillusion. Turn up your collar, Kismine, before you catch pneumonia.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to sleep.
directed by Norman MacDonald, has brought you Sam Edwards in The Diamond as Big as the Ritz by F. Scott Fitzgerald. The radio adaptation was by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Featured in the cast were Nina Clouden as Kismine and Hugh Thomas as Percy, with John Daner and Jack Crucian. The special musical score was conducted by Leith Stevens. One week from tonight at this same broadcast time, CBS will hail the return of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, the delightful situation comedy show which began its career on CBS 4.5 years ago. As they take their place among the stars on CBS's 10 great Sunday night shows, Ozzie and Harriet will celebrate their homecoming by presenting to their CBS audience their own sons, David and Ricky. So remember to be here next Sunday evening, April 3rd, as Ozzie and Harriet return over most of these same CBS network stations at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Now, stay tuned for the Jack Benny Show, which follows immediately. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their Star Drive ship when a patrol ship piloted by a spy, Matthew Smead, suddenly approaches.
Keep watching Speed in the periscope, Hap. I'll blast away to another part of space. Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, what's wrong? Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
You're completely helpless, Corey.
The Space Patrol. It's Smead.
There is no escape, Commander. You're prisoners of Tiranna.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna.
Captain Dufel, think this is a pretty good spot to watch the boat races?
Well, no, Hap, that seawall's kind of high.
Well, just peer through your periscope like I'm going to do. You'll see everything clear as day.
Hey, that's right. The Space Patrol periscope is a big 24 inches high. Papered special for wide-angle vision.
And the Space Patrol periscope's got 2 magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, and around trees, and over bushes. But nobody can see you.
Yes, sir, gang. You see without being seen. And say, you'll like the neat periscope colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red. And on every periscope, there's a special place for your name, address, even your solar system.
Real keen for space spying. Or for spying on your Earth pals. Remember, Space Patrol periscope works for you, like magic. You can see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you.
Now, Space Patrollers, if you don't want to miss out on all the fun you can have with the periscope, you better hurry, because this offer is limited. So right away, today, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna. Within the past few weeks, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have captured several spies from Tiranna, a warlike group of planets that's intending to attack the solar system. But in spite of these arrests, Buzz has been unable to learn much about the enemy forces or the time set for the attack. Attempts to capture Tiranna's chief spy, known on the United Planets as Matthew Smead, have thus far failed. Right now, Cadet Happy is just entering Commander Corey's central office on Terra.
Sorry I'm late, Commander. I was in the gym taking the workout, and I just got your message.
I see you're keeping in shape, huh?
Your exercise hasn't made you too tired for a space flight, right? Oh, I'd never be that tired, sir.
Good. A few hours ago, an unidentified ship blasted off from Saturn's fifth planet. They were about to pull ship's space upon the pilot to stand by to be boarded. Instead, the ship poured on more power and then vanished. Vanished? Didn't explode, it just disappeared. Seems only one thing. And then the star drive vanished into hyperspace.
That means it was a ship from Tiranna.
Right. I've been making things very uncomfortable for Matthew Smead, and I figure he's going back to enemy headquarters to report.
Are we going after him?
Well, not exactly. We're going to scout around Tiranna with our new space patrol periscope and find out what they're up to. When a spy leaves enemy territory in a rush hat, he's encountered one of two things. Either he's afraid of being caught, or his own forces are ready to attack.
Uh-oh. Tiranna may be all set to invade the solar system.
That's what we're going to find out. Let's get to the spaceport and blast off in the star drive. Tiranna is a planetary system 80 light years from the sun in the constellation Pegasus. The vast distance is traversed in an amazingly short time in the star drive ship using a hyperspace principle that crosses the barriers of ordinary space and time. Buzz has set the hyperspace vector computer to bring the ship out of star drive a considerable distance from Tiranna.
I've just completed the astrogation check, sir. That star is Tiranna, all right. We're 300 million DUs away from it.
Good. What we picked up from those captured spies were well outside the orbit of the outermost planet. Check the viewscopes carefully.
Yes, sir.
So far, we're alone in space. Now, you watch out for ships. I'll locate the planets.
That's going to be some job. There's 15 of them.
We'll start with the seventh planet from Tiranna. It's the main one of the system. Our job now is to locate the principal cities and any concentration of spaceships. Hap, set up the periscope while I figure out which of those planets is Tiranna 7. Although the name of General Mognier means nothing to Buzz and Happy, it's a name spoken with dread on the planets of a dozen solar systems throughout the galaxy. As head of the intelligence section of the Tirannian forces, General Mognier has directed the vast network of spies that have laid the groundwork for the defeat and slavery of the inhabitants of scores of planets. At this moment, in his headquarters in the capital city of Tiranna, Mognier sits before a huge chart of our own solar system, glowering at a man who stands before him. His visitor is known to the Space Patrol as Matthew Smead.
Agent Kasurik reporting, General.
You made fast time from the United Planets before.
Your message ordered me to return to Tiranna immediately.
I'm glad to see that you obey at least one of my commands. Do you know what I told you?
No, sir. Our forces are ready to attack, perhaps?
Not quite. And if all our agents are like you, we never will be.
I have done my best, General.
So, we have sent to the United Planets to obtain data on their defenses, to send us samples of their weapons. You have failed life.
Some of my top assistants were captured. All of my work was undone.
And how did they happen to be captured?
I had a run of bad luck, General.
Bad luck, indeed. Bad luck is a sniveling phrase used to excuse carelessness, inefficiency. Something even worse.
What do you mean?
Perhaps you are tired of being historic agent of Tiranna. At least to spend the rest of your life as Matthew Smead in the United Planets.
I am loyal to Tiranna, I swear it.
Your achievements today certainly don't speak well for your loyalty, mistress. You have permitted the enemy to know of our coming attack. Thus, you have robbed our own forces of the important weapons supplied.
But, General...
The United Planets forces will be ready to fight. Vast resources that otherwise we could have taken back.
General, listen,
I haven't
please.
time to discuss them politically. Giving you a new assignment. There's an opening on one of our captive planets for this job.
I'm eager to serve Tiranna any way you see fit, General. What planet is it?
Yakala.
But that's the plague spot of the galaxy.
Yes. The climate is foul, the insects are large and poisonous, and the inhabitants greatly resent the Tirannian rule.
General Mognier, before I accept this new assignment...
Your acceptance is already in effect. Tomorrow morning, when the spaceship leaves for Tiranna, you will be on it.
Now, please understand, as I say, I'm willing to take...
I have a call here.
Sorry, General.
Mognier. Yes, what's it like? And its origin? No, don't attack. Just keep it under observation until further orders. interesting. Very interesting.
Something wrong?
Nothing wrong. Except that an unidentified spaceship is cruising outside the orbit of Planet 15. Obviously a star drive ship, because it got through our outer perimeter warning system.
Where was it from?
It's a spy ship from the United Planets.
That's impossible. They have only one star drive ship in operation.
One is enough. You got here in one ship, didn't you?
One of them. It can be dangerous. Our patrols can blast it to pieces.
I expect a brilliant idea like that from you, Professor. Here we have a splendid piece of enemy technology right on our back doorstep. Something you haven't been able to provide us, and you want to blast it to pieces. I should have sent you to Chicala long ago.
General, if I capture that ship, will you reconsider the Chicala assignment?
Don't be ridiculous.
Please, General, I admit I failed to an extent. But I do know more about the United Planets than anyone in Tiranna. I know their weapons and the way their pilots think. Give me a chance to get that ship.
All right. But if you fail, you'll be on your way to Chicala tomorrow morning.
Elsewhere, with their star drive ship at low velocity, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of Tiranna 7 millions of DUs away through their Space Patrol periscope. Using an optical principle that operates through hyperspace, the periscope can focus on any point, even penetrate buildings. During the past few moments, thousands of square miles of the planet have been projected on the image mirror of the periscope.
It's the biggest city we've seen in Tiranna so far, Commander. Now it's got to focus on the street. Nothing strange about the people, except their clothes.
See if you can find a spaceport or a manufacturing center.
Yes, sir. If we only had a map of Tiranna, we could set the periscope for exact coordinates. As it is, we're just working hit or miss.
Once we find one good target, it'll help us locate others.
Yeah, we can look at inside offices in the map room.
Find the military headquarters might be able to locate their plans for attack.
Commander, I think I've got something. Take a look at the periscope.
And mind that. Check number 3 viewscope screen.
A spaceship. I wonder if they've seen it.
Check the vector hat.
Yes, sir. Now, one good thing, it's still a long way off. Now we can probably get away.
Not yet. First, we use our periscope. Set up the coordinates on the focusing control and see what that ship looks like up close.
Oh, maybe we can tell what kind of element it's got.
Better yet, we can see inside the control compartment. The image of our ship is in our viewscope, so know it's time to get moving.
It's changing vector slightly, sir.
We've got it in the periscope now.
Is it a star drive job, sir?
It's smaller than the Tiranna ship. One of each been starting on the solar system. I'd say it's just slightly larger than our ship.
If it isn't star drive, we stand a good chance of getting away.
The periscope's in the pilot now. Take a look.
Yes, sir. Smoke and rockets, it's Matthew Smead. Big as life and twice as ugly.
How they expected to run into him?
I don't like that look on his face. But then, come to think of it, I never did.
Pretty smooth. No wonder he's got our ship in his viewscope screen.
What's he up to? Trying to get closer without tipping us off that he sees us?
Maybe relaying our position to other ships. For the time being, we'll continue our scouting mission from another part of space. Brace yourself, Happy, and I'll blast away from here.
Yes, sir. Hey, what happened?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
Well, fine time for this to happen. I'll check the instruments, sir.
Matthew Smead calling Commander Corey up with United Planets Star Drive Ship number 1. Smead to Commander Corey.
Pat, get to the periscope and watch Smead.
Yes, sir.
Corey here. Go ahead, Smead.
If you are wondering what happened to your rocket, you're in range of my null ray beam. You're completely helpless.
Not quite. Try coming aboard and find out.
This time we're playing that my way. There is no escape, Corey. You and your ship are prisoners of Tiranna.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Peer through your periscope, Space Patrollers, and you'll see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes. But nobody will see you. Yes, that's the way the magic mirrors of the Space Patrol periscope work. You see, but are never, never seen. Take it with you as you watch a football game or parade. You won't miss a thing, and you'll see right over the heads of the crowd. And when you want to play at being a space spy, here's something that'll come in mighty handy. It's a special identification chart printed right on your periscope. It shows you exactly what the people who live on all the major planets might look like. Yes, sirree, Space Patrollers, you sure can have a lot of fun peering through your periscope. And say, you put it together yourself. That's right, all 24 inches of it. Easy directions are right on the envelope it comes in. You can do it quick as a flash, and then you're all set to start peering through your Space Patrol periscope. But hurry and send for yours today. This terrific offer is almost over. Just send a rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tiranna. Cruising at low velocity, millions of DUs from Tiranna 7, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of the planet for military installations with their Space Patrol periscope. Sighting a Tyrannian spaceship, they focus the periscope inside the control compartment and discover the pilot is the Tyrannian spy, known to them as Matthew Smead. When they attempt to elude the enemy ship, Smead cuts off their rocket power with a null ray. As he closes in on their helpless ship, space-phoning instructions to them, Buzz and Happy watch the spy through their periscope.
Listen carefully, Commander. My ship has been designed so that its airlock will couple with your United Planets ship. When I join airlock with you, come aboard.
Suppose we don't.
You have no choice. I have weapons aboard this ship that can render you incapable of resistance. And your space torpedoes, the null ray makes them useless.
All right, Smead, we'll come aboard. What to do now? As much as we can about that ship, what the layout is and how it operates. When they go aboard, if the chance comes, we'll jump in. We have to operate his ship with no help from Smead.
Yes, sir. He's maneuvering up to the airlock now, sir.
Yes, sir. His controls are very similar to ours. I think I know the placement in the panel.
What about weapons?
That's some sort of a gun in the holster.
The ship's right alongside ours, and our velocities match.
I know how he works the airlock holding field control. The switch he's pressing now is probably his spacer.
Our ships are joined, Corey.
You were right, Commander.
Corey, do you hear me?
Yes, Smead, I hear you.
Then come aboard. And I'm warning you, at the first sign of a weapon, I'll be ready for you. So don't get any ideas.
All right, Smead. Let's go. Open the inner hatch.
How about it, sir? Shall we take a chance on getting in with our ray guns?
Well, not now. Play along with them till we see a chance it'll pay off. I'll go first.
Raise your hands. Both of you. That's it. Now, step over there where I can watch you.
Come on.
That's fine. Commander, I'm very grateful for your timely arrival.
What do you mean?
When I turn you over to General Mognier, it will restore me to his good graces.
Yeah? Who's General Mognier?
He's the chief of the Tyrannian intelligence section. He'll be delighted to hear that I not only captured your ship, but the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol as well. Don't move, Corey. Just to be on the safe side, I'd better quiet you down with this M-ray gun. Oh, don't be alarmed. It's similar to your paralyzer ray. You'll be conscious, but unable to make any rash move.
Let's get him, Hap.
Oh, quite effective, isn't it? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll spacephone General Mognier for instructions.
Although unable to move, Buzz and Happy intently watch Smead and listen as the spy carries on a spacephone conversation with General Mognier in the Tyrannian language. Cutting off the transmitter, Smead adjusts the spaceship controls, completely ignoring his helpless captors. Finally, as the planet looms large in the nose port, Smead turns to Buzz and Happy.
That planet, gentlemen, is Tiranna 7, capital of the Tyrannian system.
What of it?
Well, I thought you might like to know. It might be your home for some time, depending, of course, on how the General plans to dispose of you.
What are you going to do when we reach the planet? Parade us through the streets?
No. It would not do to let the general public know that an enemy ship has penetrated our defense screen. It might cause uneasiness. Your own ship will be left temporarily at an unused base on Tiranna 7. As soon as I detach your ship from mine, you will be taken to the spaceport of our capital city. There you will be interviewed privately by General Mognier.
I can hardly wait.
I must warn you, cadet. The General has no patience with impudence. Oh, there's one matter that will have to be attended to before we reach Tiranna 7. Your uniform.
What about them?
Well, they would attract attention, give rise to rumors and speculations. When we step out of the ship, you will be dressed as Tiranian civilians. And remember, treat General Mognier as he deserves.
I sure will, if I get the chance.
Hours later, Smead sets down his spaceship at the spaceport of Tiranna's capital city. Commander Corey's Star Drive ship has been left at a deserted base some miles away. The effects of the M-ray having worn off, Buzz and Happy are marched in front of Smead across the landing strip to the administration building. Dressed in Tiranian clothes, they attract no attention from the throngs of the crowded spaceport. Right now, they're in an office where a thick-set man in full military regalia stares at them with cold, penetrating eyes. At last, the general speaks.
Ravaga Blaze, General.
Much glad Karu Corey. Other call out to that hot front.
Now we will continue this discussion in the United Planets language of the people. I'm General Mognier, the Chief of the Intelligence Section of the Imperial Tiranian Space Army. It's the purpose of the Empire of Tiranna to liberate the people of your solar system. I expect you to cooperate.
You said liberate, General. Don't you mean enslave?
It doesn't matter. It has been decided that your planets are to come under Tiranian rule. We want to achieve this with as little violence and destruction as possible. If you work with us, you can save the lives of your people.
Whether I help or not, you're going to have a fight in your hands. And get this straight. I'm not going to tell you a thing. And that goes for me, too.
You heard the General. Speak up!
That's enough of that, Tesoric. No violence here. Someone might think we were mistreating our own civilians. I am sorry, General. They will be worked in a quiet place. Then they will be executed as spies. And with the full support of our population, we will launch an attack on our planet.
General, may I assume that the Jakala assignment is no longer in effect?
That's right. In fact, I'm considering a promotion.
Thank you, General. I could almost say that your renewed faith in me is reward enough. Thank you.
Stop phoning, Tesorak. You know I can't
get the General hat. Yes, sir.
You got use it.
I'll take it.
My arm.
I got the General, Commander.
Needs out, too. I hope nobody heard the racket.
What do we do now? We're on a strange planet.
Well, with these Tiranian clothes, maybe we can get to the ship without attracting attention.
What about these two? They'll be coming out of it pretty quick.
Supply closet over there. We'll drag them in and shut the door and use Smead's M-ray gun on them as an extra precaution. Come on, Hap, let's work fast.
Locking the Tiranian general and his spy in the closet, Buzz and Happy walk out of the office with affected casualness. Silently, they retrace their steps through the administration building and out into the spaceport. Right now, they're within a few yards of Smead's ship.
Okay, so far, Commander. Luckily, nobody had occasion to talk to us.
Well, my knowledge of Tiranian is pretty limited.
All right, I'll come to the ship.
Nobody seems to care. At least I don't see anybody coming out to investigate.
Close the hatch. Now, I can remember how Smead operated these controls.
Hey, Commander, what if they have a space control here? If we have to get space instructions to blast off,
we're certainly won't wait around to find out. Check the viewscope to see if there are any other ships landing or blasting off.
Yes, sir.
Now, the controls. First, Smead pressed this lever.
We're all clear in every direction, Commander.
Get set, Hap. Fire rockets.
Made it. Nice going, Commander.
We've got to find that deserted base in our own ship before we're safe.
I just hope no one goes looking for General Mognier until we're completely off Tiranna.
Flying high above the surface of Tiranna 7, Buzz and Happy scan the terrain, searching for the abandoned base. With only his memory and sense of direction to guide him, Buzz watches the ground below for familiar landmarks, mountains, rivers, and stretches of plain that he has seen only once before. Meantime, Happy checks the viewscopes for a sign of pursuit. At last, Buzz puts the ship into a rapid descent toward a barren stretch of ground where a single spaceship waits.
You did it, Commander. Wow, I wouldn't have found that ship in a month.
The next few minutes tell the story, Hap. Judging from our own experience with that Embrace, Smead and the General should be able to move pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll have every ship on the planet looking for us.
I'm going to set down as close to our ship as I can, Hap. And I'll warn you, this landing may be rough.
Wow. Commander, you handled this crate like you'd just finished a 50-hour refresher course. Well, not aboard the old Star Drive.
Hap, the viewscope.
It's a ship. It looks like it's heading right for us.
It's on a landing vector, all right. What I've seen, there are no cities within 300 miles of this place. He's coming for us.
We'd better make a run for the Star Drive, sir.
We wouldn't have a chance.
That's right. He could stop us with a null ray before we got off the ground.
Null ray, that's it. We'll fight him off with our own weapons. I can remember how Smead worked it.
He turned this gadget here, I think.
Yes, that's it. There's the violet light. The intensity gauge. Now, if I can focus it right. Check that ship's spectre, Hap.
It's decelerating, sir. Dropping lower. Now it's steady.
I think he's in the beam, Hap. His power's off. Can't do anything now but continue in free fall.
At his present vector, he'll go clear over us.
If he misses that range of mountains, he'll be lucky. Come on, Hap, into our ship and blast off.
Blasting off without further opposition, Buzz and Happy accelerate under rocket power, watching Tiranna 7 grow smaller in their rear view scope.
Have you worked out the hyperspace vector yet, Commander?
Not quite, Hap.
I won't feel safe until we're in Star Drive and away from the whole Tiranna system.
You've got to reach higher velocity, Happy. The mass factor of that star and the 15 planets is pretty high for a safe transition into Star Drive.
Commander, another ship's after us.
Use the periscope, Hap. If we can find out what their plan of attack is, we can stall them off.
Yes, sir. I'll line it up on them.
They use an all ray on us before we get into Star Drive. We're sunk.
I've got the ship, Commander. How to adjust the focus inside the control compartment. Commander, it's General Mogner and Sneed.
What are they doing?
Just watching the viewscope. They sure look sore, especially the General. Uh-oh. The General's reaching for the null ray control.
He must be within range. Hap, stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
When you're on target, fire. It probably won't stop them, but it may delay them a few seconds. I'll check the periscope. They changed vector, huh? Mogner left the null ray and is working at another part of the control panel.
Trying to dodge our torpedo, huh? Uh-oh. The torpedo exploded, but it missed him.
Blew it up with a force field, probably.
What about our velocity, sir? Is it high enough?
Very nearly. There's the General reaching for the null ray control again.
Let's lob another torpedo in.
Too late, Hap. By the time it reaches them, the null ray will be on.
We're going into Star Drive. Just made it. We're safe in hyperspace.
For the moment. But we won't be completely safe until we put an end to the menace from Tiranna. There's a way to stop them, Happy, and we're going to find it. We've got to.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, a moon man from Saturn, a bird man from Mercury, and a giant from Jupiter. Wow. I'd sure hate to meet up with any of these weird characters on a dark night out in space. That is, without my Space Patrol periscope. Hey, Space Patrollers, I was just looking over this special identification chart that's printed on the periscope. It shows you exactly what all the outer space citizens might look like, and believe me, they're plenty scary looking. But when you peer at them through your mirror eye of your periscope, you'll see them, but they will never, never see you. It's like magic. You can see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you. And, gang, you'll have a real George time with your periscope right here on Earth, looking over the heads of tall people. The periscope's high enough, a big 24 inches. You can find secret hiding places, spy on your pals, jump in Jupiter. It's terrific. But you better move fast, because this super sensational offer ends soon. Hey, here's Captain Tufel. He's going to tell you how to get a Space Patrol periscope.
Send the rice checks or wheat checks, box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and your rice checks or wheat checks box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks, wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits aboard a wrecked spaceship, stranded on a meteor. Through the nose port, they watch an enemy spaceship land.
Speed ship, all right, Commander.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. We'll give them a fight.
Yes, sir. They're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare.
Don't look at it. Some kind of a special ray. Drop to the deck.
I can still see the light even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain.
Light it, Hap. Keep low.
Commander, everything's turning black.
If we can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and the ray. But...
no use, Commander. I can't move.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Invasion from Tiranna, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer and Baylor Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC's Radio Network.